Just press it there.
Okay. So do I just press that?
On, talk.
Thank you.
Then release. It's on.
Okay.
Then release it. Then release.
Good afternoon. It's just past 2 o'clock, so let's make a start. Welcome to today's planning meeting of the 29th of August. I would like to welcome members of the public, councillors and officers to this meeting, and I call upon the clerk who will advise how the meeting will be run this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Please note that we are using hybrid meeting arrangements with registered speakers and councillors who are not members of the Planning Committee having the option to join the meeting via Zoom, and are also live streaming this meeting via the Council's YouTube channel to encourage more people to engage in our public meetings. The proceedings of the meeting will also be recorded. Please can I remind everyone to use their microphones when speaking and turn them off when finished. Please can attendees present in person refrain from watching the live stream or joining the Zoom link, as this will cause interference with our viewers. In accordance with the Constitution, members of the public who have registered to speak will be permitted to do so when invited by Madam Chairman. I have confirmed those entitled to speak. We are not expecting any fire alarm testing today. In the event of an evacuation, you will hear a recorded message requesting you to evacuate the building. Please leave by the nearest exit and the Riviera staff will assist you. Once outside, please assemble in front of the tennis courts to the seaward side of the building. Please also ensure that your mobile phone and iPads are turned to silent. Each application will be dealt with in the following order. The Planning Officer will present the submitted application and will outline the proposed recommendation in full. Any speakers registered to speak on the application will be invited to address the committee. This will be taken in the following order: speakers against, neighbourhood forum representatives, any councillors who are not members of the committee, followed by speakers in support of the application. All speakers will have a maximum of 5 minutes each to address the meeting. This will be followed by questions from members and responses from the Planning Officer. Once questions from the committee have concluded, Madam Chairman will open the application for debate. At the conclusion of the debate, Madam Chairman will seek a proposer and seconder for the application. The proposal must be in full and include all information, such as conditions or reasons. Madam Chairman will then confirm with the Planning Officer if they wish to enter into a period of summing up. Members, if at any point you leave the meeting for any reason during the consideration of an application, you will be unable to vote on that application. I will now hand the chairing of the meeting to Madam Chairman, Councillor Jackie Thomas.
Thank you. Are there any apologies or updates to the membership of the meeting, please?
Chairman, I wish to report that an apology has been received from Councillor Darren Cowell, and in accordance with the wishes of the Independent Group, Councillor Verdi is substituting for Councillor Darren Cowell for this meeting only.
On to the minutes. To confirm as a correct record the minutes of the meeting of this committee held on the 24th of July 2023, is there a proposer, please? Councillor Nick Pentley. And a seconder? Councillor Joyce. All those in favour, please show. Unanimous. Thank you. A declaration of interest. Do any members of the Planning Committee have any pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest on any of the items on today's agenda? Please raise your hand. No, thank you. And do any officers have any pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests on any of the items on today's agenda? That's no, thank you. Are there any urgent items? Thank you. Okay, so moving on to item 5, to consider an application for Singleton Gardens. The clerk has confirmed those who have registered to speak upon entry to the meeting. I will therefore ask Ms. Verity Clark to introduce the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the application site is Singleton Gardens, which is a residential dwelling with an associated garden on the northern side of Meadfordsea Road in Torquay. The existing property is a two-storey dwelling, which is modest in scale and set within a large plot. The site is enclosed by stone and rendered boundary walls, and the land rises from south to north. So the site is located within an existing residential area, is designated as Flood Zone 1, is situated within the Lincoln's Conservation Area and is subject to an area tree preservation order. Within the Lincoln's Conservation Area map, an extract of which is currently on the screen, the dwelling, greenhouse and an outbuilding are noted as other key buildings of architectural importance which make a significant contribution to the townscape. The site is adjacent to Singleton, which is Grade 2 listed, and Palm Grove, which is also Grade 2 listed, is located on the opposite side of Meadfordsea Road. To the northwest, the nearby Meadfort Lodge and Walling Gate piers to the west of Meadfort Lodge are Grade 2 listed. These listed buildings are shown in blue on the map. So this is Palm Grove, this is Singleton, and then this is Meadfort Lodge, just up here. So this is an aerial photo of the site. You can see that Meadfordsea Road runs to the south of the application site, so just along here, and this is the application site here. So as an update to members, since the writing of the committee report, a further 20 objections and 2 letters of support from 1 individual have been received. No new material planning considerations have been brought up in these representations that have not already been covered within the committee report. So this plan shows the existing site layout. You can see that the existing dwelling is located in the southwest corner of the plot and is built into the boundary walls. So this here is the existing dwelling with Meadfordsea Road running along the bottom. And the plot includes a number of disused outbuildings, including a greenhouse. So this is the greenhouse here, and then these are other disused outbuildings. And there's an existing vehicular access at the southeast corner off of Meadfordsea Road, which you can just see here. So the grounds of the plot gradually rise up from south to north, forming terraces separated by stone walls. The natural stone walls define the site due north, east and west, whilst the southern boundary along Meadfordsea Road is primarily a rendered wall. So this next plan shows the existing floor plans and elevations of the existing dwelling on the site. And then the plan now showing is the proposed layout plan. So the proposal includes 3 main elements. So the first seeks permission for the formation of a 4-storey apartment block of 7 flats with an undercroft parking area, and that's located in the top section of the site, with the building being built into a rebuilt stone boundary wall which runs horizontally through the site. The apartments will be served by a communal outside garden area alongside 3 private outside gardens serving apartments 1, 2 and 3. The proposal also seeks to form 2 attached 2-storey dwellings in the eastern section at the bottom of the site, and these dwellings will be served by separate private gardens. So lastly, the application proposes works to the existing dwelling, including the formation of a 1-storey and 2-storey extension, and the existing dwelling will retain a private garden space. So the application is facilitated by the demolition of existing outbuildings and the creation of a new central access and a new stone boundary wall facing Meadfordsea Road. A courtyard parking area will be formed, providing 6 parking spaces and a dedicated bin storage area serving the whole site. So you can see on here, these are the apartments located at the top section. You've got a central sort of courtyard area. This is the existing dwelling at Singleton Gardens, which will be extended. And then you've got the new attached dwellings, which are located on this side. So this is the proposed block plan, just so you can see the proposed development with the context of the nearby buildings, and there's also a number of separation distances which have been added on. So this next plan details the proposed elevations of the apartment building. The proposed apartment block would be 4 stories in height, with a maximum approximate height of 12.2 metres from the south elevation, with the lower ground floor built into a rebuilt stone boundary wall which runs horizontally through the site. The proposed apartment block would have an asymmetrical appearance, and the south elevation facing towards Meaffordsea Road features the lower ground floor level in limestone, with breaks in the stone for the vehicular access to the Undercroft parking area, the pedestrian access to the flats, and openings serving the lower ground floor level flat. This elevation features 2 predominant 2-storey rendered blocks with openings serving the flats, and then a central vertical block finished in zinc effect vertical cladding is proposed, alongside 2 recessed blocks which are also finished in zinc effect vertical cladding at the top 2nd floor level. So the rear north elevation features a similar arrangement, but due to topography, the lower ground floor level is built into the land. The eastern side elevation features a lower ground floor level of limestone, which adjoins the attached dwelling proposed to the south of the apartment block. So the upper ground floor and first floor feature render, whilst the recessed 2nd floor level features zinc effect vertical cladding. The western side elevation is built into the topography of the land, with 3 2-storey rendered blocks apparent at upper ground floor and first floor level, and a recessed 2nd floor level finished in zinc effect vertical cladding. Powder coated aluminium frame window doors and windows are proposed throughout the building, with dark grey pressed metal rainwater goods. And there's also glass and stainless steel balustrading proposed around the building, serving patios and terraces, which are formed at upper ground floor level and 2nd floor level, and Juliet balconies at 1st floor level. So this plan details the internal floor layout of the apartment block. So you can see that the lower ground floor level features an Undercroft parking area with 7 parking spaces, which are all served by EV charging points. This floor includes a 4-bedroom apartment. So then moving up to the upper ground floor level and the 1st floor level, these floors both feature 2 3-bedroom flats. And then lastly, the 2nd floor level features a 2-bedroom flat and a 3-bedroom flat. Apartments 6 and 7 on the 2nd floor level also feature private terraces. So this slide details the proposed elevations of the 2 attached dwellings. They would have 2-storey and single-storey sections attaching to the boundary wall facing Meaffordsea Road, whilst the northern elevation of the dwellings will attach to the rear apartment block and boundary wall. The proposed dwellings would have a flat roof, and the 2-storey section would have an approximate maximum height of 6.05 metres, whilst the single-storey section would have an approximate maximum height of 3.15 metres. The proposed finish of the dwellings would include limestone at ground floor level, with the 1st floor finished in zinc effect vertical cladding, with powder-coated aluminium openings and solid vertical larch plank doors serving the integral garage. The single-storey flat roof will feature a sedum roof. So this plan is the proposed floor plan of the 2 attached dwellings. So you can see that both will feature 3 bedrooms, and the northernmost dwelling will feature an integral garage, which you can see sort of centrally there. So now just as a reminder again, these are the floor plans and elevations of the existing dwelling. And then these are the floor plans and elevations of the existing dwelling as proposed. So works to the existing dwelling include a 2-storey extension to the northern side elevation and a single-storey extension to the eastern front elevation of the dwelling. And that will include a new pitched roof, which will replace the section of existing flat roof. And then the proposal includes a rendered finish with slate roofs and powder-coated aluminium openings. So the following slides are the existing and proposed site sections and elevations. So this plan is of the existing street scene from Meadfoot Sea Road, and you can see the existing dwelling at Singleton Gardens, which is indicated just over here. And then you can see that alongside the adjacent properties of Meadville, which is a block of flats to the left. So that's Meadville Flats. And then White Lodge and Osborne House, which are dwellings to the right. So White Lodge is at the front, and then you can see in the background you've got Osborne House. So the existing vehicular access, just to note, is located next to Osborne House's driveway, which you can just see there. So this is the proposed street scene from Meadfoot Sea Road. New central vehicular access with vehicular and pedestrian gates will be formed, which you can see centrally here. And the existing rendered wall with concrete capping facing Meadfoot Sea Road will be replaced with a stone wall. So the existing wall varies in height with a staggered section next to the existing dwelling, and the height of the existing wall varies from approximately 3.52 metres high at its highest point next to the dwelling, and measures approximately 1.8 metres high next to the existing entrance pier. So the replacement wall will measure approximately 2.2 metres high next to the existing dwelling, and then varies in height as it follows the topography down. So the overall datum ridge height of the apartment building is 54.5, which is lower than that of the adjacent Meadville on the left, which is 58.81, and it's also lower than Osborne House, which you can see on the background to the right, again over here. So the adjacent White Lodge on the right has got a ridge height of 50.07, so the apartment block at its highest point will sit 4.43 metres higher than the ridge height of White Lodge. So this plan shows the existing site sections. So the top section details Delamere Court on the left, which is across the road from the site. So over here is Delamere Court. And the section then goes down to the road, so Meadfoot Sea Road, which is here. And then it goes through the site with Meadville shown in the background, so you can see Meadville Flats. So, and then the bottom section details White Lodge, which you can see over in this corner, Osborne House's driveway, which is located here, and then it goes through the rear of the site with the existing dwelling at Singleton Gardens detailed just lightly in outline there, and then you've got Meadville again on the right. So then this is a plan showing the same section but as proposed, just again to show the context of the development. And this plan details the proposed landscaping scheme. So a full landscaping scheme has been provided, and this includes 5 apple trees at the rear of the site. Just to confirm, the Council's Senior Tree Officer and the DCC Ecologist have confirmed support for the landscaping scheme. So then the following are photos taken from the site. So this image is taken from Meadfoot Sea Road. You can see the existing vehicular access on the right-hand side of the image, and then in the background is the block of flats Meadville. So that's Meadville. And then we've got the existing property at Singleton Gardens here. And this is the existing vehicular access. So again, this is taken from Meadfoot Sea Road, taken from the pavement on the opposite side of the road. So you can see the stone walls within the site and the copse of trees at the rear. And then this image is the last image from Meadfoot Sea Road that I'm going to show you. You can see the side of the existing dwelling, which is built into the front boundary wall, and we've got the prominent street tree, which you can see here. So this is of the eastern elevation of the existing dwelling, with the boundary wall with Meadfoot Sea Road visible on the left. This image shows the greenhouse, which is to be demolished, with the end of the existing dwelling visible on the left-hand side, and Meadville visible in the centre of the image behind the shared boundary wall. So that's Meadville again, and then this is the corner of the existing dwelling. So this image is taken in the bottom section of the site looking towards the west and the existing dwelling, with the remaining 2 apple trees still visible, the central apple trees that is. So 2 apple trees have been removed, which were located between those apple trees, which are visible in that image. And then this image is taken within the bottom section of the garden, looking towards the southern boundary and the existing vehicular access, with Delamere Court visible in the distance. Again, this image is taken at the bottom of the site, looking towards the eastern boundary, with the central horizontal dividing wall visible to the left of the image. So that's the central dividing wall. And then again, this image shows the central horizontal dividing wall a little bit more clearly from the bottom of the site, with the rear stone wall and trees visible just in the background. So you've got these very clearly visible stone boundary walls in the site. So the following photos are taken from the top of the site. This image is focusing on one of the outbuildings which will be demolished along the western boundary. And then this image is taken from the top section of the site facing towards the western boundary with Meadville, with the horizontal boundary wall again visible on the left. This again from the top of the site looks south towards Delamere Court, which is visible in the background. And then the next to this image and the following are from the eastern boundary. That's the eastern boundary again, but just showing the remaining section. And then lastly, this image just shows the rear northern boundaries with the tree at the rear. So members will be aware from the committee report of the history of the site, and that application P 2021-0802 was refused by the Planning Committee in March 2022. So this application was for the formation of 9 apartments, 2 semi-detached dwellings with access, garages and parking, and included the demolition of existing outbuildings and the alterations and extensions to the existing dwelling, which did include a 2-storey extension to the side. Given the current application follows on from this refused application and attempts to address the reasons for refusal, which are stated in the planning history section of the committee report, it's considered useful to briefly show the main elements of this refused scheme just for comparison. So on the image at the moment showing is the plan of the proposed layout of this refused scheme, which featured a rear apartment block, coach houses to the eastern lower section of the site, extensions to the existing dwelling, and then a large courtyard parking area. So this image is of the south elevation of the refused apartment block, which was criticised as being overly symmetrical with an unrealistic and unbroken scale and massing that would be highly visible from within the conservation area. It was considered to present itself as an overtly dominant mass within the locality, which lacks attention to detail and high quality design. So this is the last of the plans from the previously refused scheme, and this just shows the proposed coach houses. So the committee report considered that the proposed siting, scale and design of the semi-detached dwellings was suburban in character and would be dominant within the street scene. So this slide lists the key material considerations, which are considered in detail in the committee report, but I'm just going to briefly run through now. So the committee report details policies relating to housing development and confirms that the council can only demonstrate 2.17 years housing land supply, which is a serious shortfall of the required 5-year housing land supply. As the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, the tilted balance in favour of sustainable development is applicable as required by the MPPF. Policies SS12, SS13 and H1 of the local plan seek to provide sufficient housing in Torbay and to maintain a 5-year land supply. Policies SS13 and SS3 of the local plan set out a presumption in favour of sustainable development for housing separate to the MPPF. So the site is not allocated for housing in policy TH1 of the Torquay neighbourhood plan, and this policy directs development towards brownfield sites. It only supports development of greenfield sites where allocated or the loss is required to meet the strategic economic policies within the local plan. So in terms of the design, visual appearance and character of the area, the existing rendered wall with concrete capping facing Meadfoot Sea Road would be replaced with a stone wall, which is considered to result in an improved visual appearance. The proposed apartment block utilises an asymmetrical design with variations in height, massing and material composition. The articulation within the building design is considered to help to reduce the bulk and massing, and the apartment block will follow a natural stepping down in height visible from public vantage points, and the height is therefore considered to fit comfortably within the street scene. The proposal would retain the feature of prominent walls within the site by utilising a limestone wall running from east to west in the design of the apartment block, which will replace the existing internal dividing wall. The two proposed attached dwellings are modern in design and appearance, spanning 2 stories, but with a single-storey section adjacent to Meadfoot Sea Road. The lower single-storey height helps to reduce the dominance of the building from the street scene, and attaching to the boundary wall and utilising matching local limestone walling aids in assimilating the building into the site context. Whilst the design is modern in appearance, this acknowledges and uses design features such as the materials and massing featured on the apartment block, which results in an appearance of a smaller block related to the apartment block in design characteristics but ancillary in scale. The attached dwelling would therefore appear coherent and directly related to the apartment block structure within the site. The existing dwellings on the site directly abuts and adjoins the boundary wall facing Meadfoot Sea Road, and the attached dwellings mimic this design. So the result is a courtyard framed by the retained dwelling and attached dwellings, which lead to the larger central apartment building. So overall, the size, scale and appearance and massing of the 2 attached dwellings are considered to be acceptable for the context of the site and would not result in an overly dominant built form when viewed from the street scene. The alterations and extensions to the existing dwelling, Singleton Gardens, are considered to result in an acceptable size, scale and visual appearance, with an overall improvement on the current visual appearance. So the siting and layout have allowed a courtyard parking area, which features pockets of planting which significantly break up the built form and hard surfacing within the site. And the development as a whole is not considered to be unduly dominant and visually intrusive, and the overall size, scale, massing and visual appearance is considered to result in an acceptable appearance that retains local distinctiveness and sense of place and is in keeping with the character and appearance of the area. So moving on to heritage, Section 72 of the Planning, Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act 1990 sets out the general duty as respect to conservation areas, which requires local authorities to pay special attention to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of that area. And similarly, Section 66 of that Act sets out the general duty as respect to listed buildings, which require local authorities to have special regard to the desirability of preserving the buildings or its setting or any feature of special architectural or historic interest which it possesses. The site is situated within the Lincoln's Conservation Area, and a number of Grade 2 listed buildings are located within the vicinity, as I highlighted earlier and showed that on the Conservation Area map. So during the course of the application, Historic England were approached with a request to add the site to the Register of Parks and Gardens of Historic Interest in England. They considered 2 requests to list, and both were rejected. The reports compiled by Historic England in the consideration of the listing decision note that the features of the walled garden are modest for this type of structure and garden of this period, and it does not survive as a notable example of particularly important phase of garden development. The council has also assessed if the site should be considered curtilage listed. This is considered in detail within the committee report, but the outcome is that on the basis of the evidence we have, we consider that the structures in Singleton Gardens are not curtilage listed. The proposed demolition of the outbuilding structures to facilitate the development is considered to be acceptable given their state of disrepair and low level of special interest and historic fabric, and the replacement of the horizontal stone boundary wall with a rebuilt stone wall, which the development will be built into and attached to, is considered to retain the characteristic of the walled garden and separation within the site. therefore not resulting in a detriment to the historic significance of this feature. The northern, eastern and western boundary walls will be retained, and the southern boundary wall will be replaced with a stone boundary facing Meadfordsea Road, which is considered to result in an improved visual appearance of the street scene within the context of the conservation area. The proposal as a whole will result in the development of garden space within the conservation area, which will have a negative impact and resultant harm to the designated heritage asset. The existing open space within the site, in addition to the host dwelling, are considered to positively contribute to the significance of the conservation area. The harm to the conservation area is considered to be limited to the loss of the open aspect of the garden, and overall it is considered that proposal would amount to less than substantial harm resulting from the development of the garden, which provides an open aspect within the conservation area. This harm is considered to be at the minor end of the scale, as it has been reduced by the sensitive siting, scale and design of the scheme as a whole. The proposal is not considered to result in harm to the setting of any nearby listed buildings or undesignated heritage assets. So moving on then, in terms of amenity issues, the committee report confirms that the proposal is considered to result in an acceptable living environment for future occupiers, and is also considered to have an acceptable impact on all surrounding properties and occupiers. In terms of highways issues, policy TA3 of the local plan and Appendix F state that new development should include 1 off-street parking space per apartment and 2 off-street parking spaces per dwelling, totaling 13 off-street parking spaces, plus an additional space for visitors. So the parking provision of 14 spaces is therefore in accordance with the local plan. 1 EV charging point is proposed for each unit, which exceeds the requirements of the local plan, and cycle storage has been detailed, with the highways officers confirming that the plans meet the policy requirements. However, 6 bike spaces are provided by means of vertical racking within the apartment building, which may not be suitable for all bike users. A condition is therefore recommended to secure the final details of the proposed bike storage to ensure compliance with policy and to ensure its installation prior to the first occupation. So the proposal will introduce a new access onto Meadfordsea Road, and the highways engineer have confirmed that this access is acceptable. In terms of issues relating to trees, the council senior tree officer has confirmed that the proposal will have an acceptable impact of trees, which will be retained subject to the recommended conditions, and the officer and the DCC ecologist have confirmed that in their opinion the existing site does not meet the criteria for traditional orchard priority habitat. So just moving then again on to ecology issues, the DCC ecologist has considered the information submitted by the applicant's consultant ecologist and information submitted via objections. They've confirmed that there will be no net loss in biodiversity, and with the conditions recommended, it is their view that there are no ecological policy or legislative reasons for refusal of this planning application. So in terms of drainage and flood risk, the site is located within a critical drainage area, and the surface water will be dealt with via infiltration, and the council's drainage engineer has confirmed the details of the drainage design are acceptable. So the proposal falls within the threshold for affordable housing contributions as outlined in policy H2 of the local plan, which seeks affordable housing contributions on greenfield sites of 3 dwellings or more. For a net increase of 9 dwellings, it would have an affordable housing target of 15%, which is usually sought through a commuted payment. The council's housing strategy and enabling officer has confirmed that the calculation of the commuted payment due for this scheme is £136,500. The applicant has submitted a viability assessment which concludes that it is not viable to provide affordable housing contributions. So the SPD and MPPF make it clear that viability can be considered in the determination of an application, and in this case the viability has been independently assessed, with the outcome of this assessment being that the scheme can deliver £65,000 rather than the full sum of £136,500. The committee report recommends, in line with the independent viability experts' comments and that of the council's housing strategy and enabling officers' comments, that the Section 106 includes a late viability review clause to allow gross development value to be reassessed at the completion of the proposed scheme. If the gross development value is found to be greater than expected, the requested affordable housing contribution will increase, and similarly, if it's found to be lower, the requested figure will reduce. So then the proposal does not include a scheme for designing out crime measures, and therefore a planning condition is recommended to secure this prior to occupation. And then lastly, in terms of low carbon, the applicant has submitted a completed Torbay sustainability checklist, which includes a number of sustainability measures, and these are considered to be reasonable and are recommended to be secured by condition. So the committee report considers all of the issues mentioned in depth, alongside sustainability, and weighs up the public benefits of the scheme against the harm. When weighing up the proposal against the relevant policies noted on this slide, in addition to the MPPF, it is concluded that on balance, the public benefits of the scheme as a whole, when weighed against the level of harm caused, are considered to justify the proposal, and the proposal is considered to represent sustainable development when considering the local plan, neighbourhood plan and the MPPF taken as a whole, as the adverse effects of granting planning permission would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So the officer recommendation is therefore that of conditional approval, subject to the conditions outlined in the committee report, with the final drafting of conditions delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, the completion of a Section 106 agreement to secure affordable housing contributions of £65,000, with the addition of a late viability review clause to allow gross development value to be reassessed at the completion of the proposed scheme, and the resolution of any new material considerations that may come to light following Planning Committee to be delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, including the addition of any necessary further planning conditions or obligations. Thank you.
I have had a number of requests to speak on this application, and I have exercised my chairman's discretion to allow additional speakers, permitted additional time for speakers both in support and against. I call Mr. David Redman to address the meeting against the application. Mr. Redman, you have 5 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My speech is called Spot the Fake. I walked into this room with 2 pieces of luggage. Crocodile, crocodile, crocodile. But is it, or is one of them a fake? Because to me, there seems to be a lot of fakery at the moment, and I'm not sure quite what to do. One of these bags is a £10,000 bag, another one is a £1,000 bag, but they're both luxury. And luxury is a very ubiquitous term for the apartments that are being proposed. What is it? What is luxury? Actually, what is this? Does anybody know what this is? Because I'm confused. What is zinc effect, Mike? Because if you listen to the planner, which is your magazine, I think you're very much an expert on planning. What do I know? I design luxury goods. The planner, the minute you put in zinc, crops up Grenfell Towers. That's great. What a wonderful resource. Grenfell, we're back on that page. The problem with this report, to me, jumps out at me on page 67. There is no policy requirement for community use or horticultural use. Oh, thank God, an opportunity. And that is the problem with Verity's report, apart from the language, which is extremely subjective, but we won't go there. As Sir Tim Smith has said, this is an open and shut case, but actually within the department. It is the department that makes the cases open, and it makes the cases shut. I am a designer of luxury goods. I am not a designer of architecture. Oh, let's look at Mr. Metcalf. Is he in the room? No idea. When you're going to be a designer of something, you have to be extremely careful who you work for. Who did I work for? Oh, Bentley Motors. Is this Erin Brockovich? Is this water? Is this poison? Who cares? I'm a designer. What do I know? When you look at design, it dominates the landscape. What do you find in Paris? The Eiffel Tower. New York, the Chrysler. What do you find in Torquay? More listed buildings, more villas than Georgian Bath. That wasn't even in the script. I'm making it up. And you're made to make it up because I've 5 minutes of fame. Andy Warhol is disappointing me today. When you choose a client and you are a designer, your career is elevated. If Karl Lagerfeld worked for Primark originally, he would not be the go-to designer of the rich and famous. Do we know who he worked for? Chanel. Of course, because Coco's dead. Who is the client that Mr. Metcalfe, with all his accreditations, is working for? An elevated, wealthy, imposing client for Torquay. A celebrity. No, we've had all of those, but none of them are in this report. Wonder why, Verity? What have you been doing, Verity? Very strange. So Sir Tim Smith, with his open and shut case, was a gift. But actually, what's a gift in today's speech from Verity is effect. Zinc effect. What is zinc effect? I have no idea. Is it a grade 2 listed environment we're designing for, or is it some mass market housing scheme? No, it's luxury, I was told before. Interesting point. So has anybody read what went to Parliament, and have they asked why? Because this department uses policy. I've seen Adam crawling all over the policy. I feel sorry for people who have a forensic brain. We thought, what should we do? I have a week to present this case. So I employed a PR agency, Alexis Bowater, who changed the law and got an OBE. I don't want one. I'm not here for that. I'm here for the people behind me. Because actually, behind me and hidden in the report are accredited experts way beyond Mr. I can hardly bear to say this person's name, David Edmondson's coterie. We have people with real accreditation, but what I have done is my homework. So I looked at this process. I thought, well, the process is funny. What's going on? Spot the fake. Decide which bag is the most expensive. 10,000, 1,000, 10,000, 1,000. What do you know about luggage? Nothing. What do we know about planning? We know nothing. We are the public. I know about luxury goods. The assembled people around here, there are experts. Mike, Nick. Sorry, what other expertise do we have? Oh, David, of course.
1 minute remaining.
David. Sorry?
You have 1 minute remaining. Just
Well,
under
I
there.
think the whole problem with the Design Commission is why is the impartial advice from Mr. Metcalfe advisory, transparent and accountable, when it is not. It is not when you've got the design panel with Mr. Metcalfe on it. He's been chosen deliberately as a smokescreen, and that's why our ward councillor is not here. He rejected the first application deliberately. It's a game. The second one comes in, and he has nothing to say. So 15 minutes of fame, I would like to request, Madam Speaker, another 10 minutes, if it's possible, because there's a lot of this report, 80 pages, to bamboozle you all. If it's not possible, I'll shut up, because actually I'm passionate about Torquay and the community. I'm not passionate about government policy that you can get off on a technicality, and that is the problem with the planning department.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. Your time is
I had
your
a
5
feeling
minutes.
it would be, Madam Speaker.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Redmond.
You don't have to
your
be.
5 minutes allowable has come to an end. Mr. Redmond, I now call Mr. Mike Cowdrey on behalf of the Wellswood Community Partnership to speak against the application. Mr. Cowdrey, you have 5 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you just have 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Slides, please.
No problem. We'll start it from when the slides start. Thank you, Chair. You're welcome. Okay, thank you. If you'd like to continue.
I am the recently elected chairman of the Wellswood Community Partnership. For obvious reasons, I have had no contact with Councillor Joyce in what I'm going to say. My presentation has the support of the majority of the steering group, and I believe it reflects what the majority of the Community Partnership members would wish me to say. To summarise the community objections, principal reasons are non-compliance with National Planning Policy Framework, Local Plan and Torbay Neighbourhood Plan policies. This will be addressed by the Chairman of the Neighbourhood Forum. People are concerned about overdevelopment of the site, insufficient parking for the type and size of property, destruction of a heritage asset, the proposed development being insensitive to the Lincoln's conservation area, and the development causing loss of green space with no net gain for biodiversity or ecology. Evidence of community opposition to the development comes from the Wellswood Community Partnership meeting on the 16th of February, where by a show of hands there was overwhelming opposition to the development, and then our previous chairman submitted an objection on behalf of the partnership, as did the Neighbourhood Forum. Secondly, a site visit on the 18th of March attended by many people, including Kevin Foster MP, as reported in Devon Live. And thirdly, the 179 objections on the Torbay planning portal. Now, the majority of these are from local people, and these are additional to those who were present at the partnership meeting. But there is also opposition from outside Torbay, including to Sir Tim Smith, who saved the lost gardens of Heligan. We are told that Torquay needs more housing. This may be true for affordable housing, housing for young families, and for key workers. But this development is for luxury apartments that won't be in their price bracket. Wellswood does not want or need more second or holiday homes, properties left empty, or homes used for Airbnb purposes. This development is likely to encourage this. There is no provision within this development for affordable housing. The affordable housing contribution has been assessed as a derisory £65,000. The community is also concerned about the loss of a heritage asset within the conservation area. The Historic England report summarises the history of the garden, which was developed during a period when several villas, now Grade 2 listed, were constructed in this area. Singleton had one of the largest gardens, and the report says it is an unusual survivor. It is the garden which people wish to preserve, but unfortunately this development fails to acknowledge the distinctiveness of the site, is not in keeping, and fails to preserve or enhance the Lincoln's conservation area. Many community objections have also been made about the impact on ecology and biodiversity. This proposed development is garden grabbing, something the coalition government sought to stop in 2010. Gardens were taken out of the brownfield category in 2010, so there is no presumption in favour of development. And indeed, there is much evidence of the benefits that gardens bring to our quality of life, which the government itself has cited. So this is my final slide. To summarise, there is strong community opposition to the proposal. The community wishes to preserve a Victorian walled garden and use it for the benefit of the disabled and disadvantaged people. We have some friends today. Reasons for refusing this application are essentially the same as in 2022, when a previous submission was unanimously declined and refused. Very little has changed in the design. The proposal fails to secure adequate affording housing provision. This is a greenfield site in a conservation area. To quote, councils have the power to reject planning applications for entirely new dwellings on garden land that are objected to by local people and ruin the character of the area. Taken as a whole, the adverse impacts wholly outweigh the benefits. On behalf of Wellswood and the wider community, I urge you to refuse this planning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cowdery. If you'd like to take your seat. Thank you. I now call Dr. Rodney Horder, who speaks on behalf of Torquay Neighbourhood Plan Forum. Mr. Horder, you have 5 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Okay, we're just waiting for the presentation to start, so as soon as that starts, your 1 minute will commence. Thank you.
This statement has been agreed by the steering group of the Torquay Neighbourhood Plan Forum. The Forum supports the right development in the right place. Cramming 10 dwellings into a greenfield site, valued by the community and located in the Lincoln's conservation area, does not meet these criteria, so the Forum cannot support this proposal. The Forum conducted a review of compliance with the development plan policies. The policy checklist, which I have sent to you, shows non-compliance with 22 local plan policies and 10 neighbourhood plan policies. This level of non-compliance should direct you towards refusal. The Forum notes from NPPF paragraph 12 that the presumption in favour of sustainable development tilts the balance to reduce the weight of the development plan policies. So, is this proposal sustainable development when assessed against the NPPF paragraph 8? The objectives to meet the requirements of sustainable development are shown in this slide, where I have highlighted the key items. For 8A, as stated just now, it is the wrong type of development in the wrong place and has no positive economic impact. For 8B, the proposed luxury dwellings are 2 to 3 times the average house price in Torbay and highly likely to become holiday lets or second homes. In no way will this address the specific housing needs of Torquay. There is no on-site affordable housing, and the contribution is a laughable pittance. For 8C, it does not achieve any of the highlighted items. It is almost a mile to the pharmacy and post office in Ilsham Road, and 3/4 of a mile to the nearest bank in the town centre. Both walks involve gradients. The 64 bus stop is close by, but the service only runs hourly and between 9:15 and 5 p.m, so it is of limited practical value. Thus it is likely that all the occupiers will have cars, as recognised by the necessary provision of parking spaces. It is clear that this proposal cannot be considered as sustainable development, so the development policies must carry full weight. The Forum acknowledges that Torbay is not meeting its targets for housing delivery. The Forum has identified sites for 1,970 dwellings in Torquay, excluding this proposal. The lack of delivery is not due to the lack of consents. There are a significant number of consented schemes in Torquay that have not been started. For example, Brampton Court Hotel for 10 and Imperial Hotel for 51. This lack of delivery is clearly down to developers, as indicated by this statement from the CEO of Taylor Wimpey. By keeping delivery low, developers can exploit the lack of delivery as a means of forcing unwelcome schemes through the local planning authority. I am working with Kevin Foster MP to try and address this problem. The Localism Act is intended to allow communities to have a greater say in planning decisions and is the instigator for neighbourhood plans and the Neighbourhood Plan Forum. The steering group of the Forum has representatives from the community partnerships in Torquay and is a vehicle to convey the views of the community to the local planning authority. It is noteworthy that the local community does not support this application, as evidenced by both there being currently 172 objections on the planning portal and the level of opposition at this meeting. As councillors elected to represent the communities of Torbay, the Forum hopes that you will take their views into consideration. To summarise, this is the wrong development in the wrong place. It is non-compliant with 32 development plan policies. It is not sustainable development.
1 minute remaining.
So the development policies must carry full weight. The proposed luxury dwellings do not address the specific housing needs of Torquay, and there is strong opposition from the community. The Forum asks that you respond to the intent of the Localism Act and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Horder. Thank Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If we could have a little more quiet, we can carry on for the next speaker. I now call Mr. Julian Bishop to address the meeting in support of the application. Mr. Bishop, you have 5 minutes and the clerk will let you know when you have
Just before we start, we had it confirmed that we could split the time between 2 people. So my speech is about 6 minutes and the other one is about 3, if that's okay.
Normally
did have it confirmed in email.
It is 5 minutes, sir, so if you do wish to... we haven't had advance knowledge of that.
Okay, it was confirmed in email to us, but I'll be as quick as I can.
Yeah, we will only allow you 5 minutes total.
Okay.
So, thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Committee, thank you for granting us this valuable opportunity to speak before you. I'm here as a Director of OJ Developments. We've been working closely with the local community for over 3 decades. We have an active involvement and our roots are firmly planted in Torquay, where we foster not just structures, but vibrant livelihoods and community growth. Additionally, we are proud recipients of multiple awards for our developments in Torquay. Although our esteemed architect is absent today due to prior commitments, I am here to shed light on this application's rationale. This proposal is the result of meticulous thought, earnest dialogue, and careful consideration. I'll address specific concerns, highlighting the comprehensive report crafted by your planning officers spanning pages 8 to 86. The historical significance of this application is worth recognising. Conceived in 2019, well before any objections arose, this project has been guided by your planning officers at every step. Thoughtful responses have addressed valid objections, bringing us to the present recommended solution. It is important to note that objections raised against previous versions do not apply to this commendable proposal before you. This process has been thorough and exhaustive, leading us to this current proposal. I'd like to express our gratitude to your planning officers for their diligence, guidance, and unwavering commitment to upholding all relevant perspectives in their meticulous work. Dwelling on the topic of gardens, which holds a unique significance in the context of this application, I urge you to consider the extensive information provided by your planning officers. Their assessment covers arboricultural, local history, and horticultural insights. No arboricultural objections exist, given that the trees in question don't possess veteran status, merely ranging from 25 to 40 years, as can be seen on page 21. Notably, Historic England declined to list the site as having any historical significance on 2 separate occasions, pages 44 and 45. Attempts to label Singleton Gardens as a community asset were rejected, page 66. The proposed development effectively addresses ecological and biodiversity concerns, page 60, with landscaping conditions including apple tree replacements, page 58. Importantly, garden space and access to communal areas are more than adequate, aligning the application with ecological and community consideration, page 42. Housing is a pivotal aspect, extensively addressed in your officer's report from page 67 onwards. Supplementing local housing supply, the development enhances the local economy through resident expenditure. The commitment to affordable housing yields positive social impacts. Whilst the environmental impact is nuanced, the application's sustainability, energy efficiency, landscaping, and drainage considerations tilt the balance favourably. Page 70. Crucially, this proposal tackles Torbay's pressing housing need, offering environmentally conscious housing. Page 37. Visual impact is paramount, especially in a conservation area. Design sensitivity, which has been guided by our conservation architect, underpins the design. Victorian elegance is evoked without
1 minute remaining.
Direct imitation. Your planning officers confirm the integration of the development into the street scene, page 41, with design improvements addressing prior concerns, page 13. The proposed stone wall enhances visual appeal, and the development blends harmoniously, adhering to local policies. It's truly disheartening to witness the fanciful and utterly untrue images being circulated by our objectors. These exaggerations not only veer far from reality, but also warp the genuine visual representation of our development. To put things into perspective, these depictions are so out of touch that if taken literally, and based on the scale of the trees in the images alone, we would essentially be proposing to construct the Shard in Meadfoot. Lastly, the development's appeal lies in its diverse housing mix, secure parking, waste management and green spaces.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Your 5 minutes are up. If you would like to take your seat, thank you. Thank you very much. So I now call Miss Anne Hodson to address the meeting in support of the application. Miss Hodson, you have 5 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
I'm grateful, thank you. May I first also thank the members of the Planning Committee for allowing me to address you today. I live with my husband in Torquay and openly declare that the developer Ray Bishop and his wife are close neighbours. Notwithstanding this, I have objectively considered the merits and I speak in support of this planning application, as do so many local residents. I'm a solicitor and a senior partner of a specialist law firm in the City of London. I'm not a planning lawyer. At a trial, a judge has a duty to decide according to the merits and the law, but sometimes a judge has a conundrum. The behaviour of one party may be so unreasonable that the judge is tempted to make the decision against that party for those reasons alone. But it's unwise to get carried away in such condemnation. Stick to the merits. Because here you can have great confidence and rely on the recommendation of your planning officers in a carefully considered 72-page report and give this proposed development approval on its merits alone. You don't have to ask yourselves whether it was appropriate for the objectors to write a calling-in letter to Michael Gove about this planning application, because that procedure is for planning matters concerning national importance. The proposed development is not of national importance. Interestingly, at a recent community partnership meeting, some residents had to ask where Singleton Gardens was. The merits of this planning application will stand alone for themselves. You don't have to worry about the foreboding words of the objectors that if residents do not act now, Torquay will be destroyed. Of course it won't. You will decide on the merits of this planning application without exaggerating statement or claims. But as councillors dealing with the planning matters, you will be appalled at the grotesque banners appearing in Meadfoot Sea Road, the misleading flyers pinned to our local plane trees and, in fact, to any parked car in the Meadfoot Sea Road area. The banners and posters that have been put up outside the home of the developer in Torquay, and on one occasion a visit at night to attach yet more leaflets, this time to their door at Christmas time. This was a thoroughly inappropriate and gross invasion of his and his family's privacy, as well as being intimidating and threatening on the basis that we know where you live. This is not how planning matters should be dealt with in Torbay, because however much some objections have engaged in unreasonable behaviour and made allegations which have no basis in planning laws, this is an entirely merit-based consideration for you. The developer, as you know, is totally committed to the area. He's been in Torquay since 1983. Over the years, he's had many building projects approved by your local authorities, some of which have been award-winning. He has constructed hundreds of properties where many people in Torbay are now living. This application is made by a developer used to working with your planning department, and when they required changes to his original plans, he makes those changes, and they're accepted. This is exactly what happened on this occasion. This is the developer with whom Torbay Council has had, and can have confidence in this proposed development. Moreover, you have a developer who is committed to an agreed payment for social housing and a substantial payment for the community infrastructure levy, contributing to our community. Contrary to what you are being asked to accept, this development will not be a giant eyesore. The objector's computerised mock-up is exaggerated beyond all recognition solely to garner support, and I think that's a very sad tactical move. These new properties will be attractive, fully in keeping with the Meadfoot Sea Road area and fully compliant with environmental requirements and other planning provisions. This development will fit well within the neighbouring properties. Therefore, councillors, this afternoon you have comfort, censure and confidence. Comfort of the sense of the rightness of the outcome,
1 minute remaining,
looking at the broader picture. Censure that this is not the way Torbay planning objection should be conducted, and fundamentally confidence in making of this planning application. Today your task is to decide the application on its merits, and on those merits you can confidently, appropriately allow this development to proceed as recommended by your experienced officers who, as has been said today, have prepared a 75-page report recommending approval. I move to support this application.
Thank you, Ms Hodson. If you'd like to take your seat, thank you. Okay, committee members, I will now invite questions to the planning officer. Please may I remind members, questions should only cover factual matters not raised in the presentation. Are there any members wishing to ask a question? Thank you, Councillor Pentney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is in respect to affordable housing contributions. We read on page 27 of the report that the independent viability assessor changed their assessment in response to a critique from the very applicant whose application they were assessing. If an applicant can seemingly influence the independent assessor in such a way, what confidence can we, as a committee, have that the assessment conducted in this case is truly independent?
Thank you.
Thank you. So just to clarify the course of how the affordable housing contributions come to light, the original figure which is required is 165,500, and the applicant has submitted a viability assessment which states that they did not think that they could afford to pay that figure. So that is then independently assessed by a viability expert, and that is paid for by the applicant but is instructed by Torbay, so it's independent. So the outcome of that first assessment from the independent assessor was that £165,500 was not viable for the site, but they believed that they could afford £100,000. So the applicant then came back with further comments disputing that, but in the interim, what's taken into account in terms of viability includes the SIL figure. So we had an original SIL liability figure of £87,094.37. So on that basis, the independent viability expert took that figure into account. So they were saying if they had to pay £87,000 in SIL, that they could afford to pay £100,000 in affordable housing contributions. So it came to light that the SIL figure was calculated incorrectly because it did not take into account the undercroft parking area, which would be SIL liable. So our SIL officer has provided a revised estimated SIL figure of £116,690.73. So that difference from 87,000 to 116,000 required the independent viability assessor to relook at the figures. And so that difference in the SIL liability, alongside some of the comments made by the viability assessor for the applicant, has led them to a conclusion that the site could afford to pay £65,000 in affordable housing contributions. They have recommended that, I think as I said in the presentation, that gross development value is taken into account within a clause within the Section 106 agreement. So if it does turn out that if it's built and they make more profit than is anticipated, we would then look to secure more than £65,000. But similarly, if less profit is made, there could be less than £65,000. So from my opinion, because it has been assessed independently with no bias towards the council or towards the applicant, I'm confident that the £65,000 figure is reasonable when taking into account the fact that you can consider viability in considering affordable housing contributions as outlined by the MPPF and our SBD.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Pentney? Thank you very much. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Verity. It's just a very quick question and hopefully not a stupid question on my behalf. What is a zinc effect? Can you, the composite, what's it made of? Because I don't understand that.
I think zinc effect is not zinc itself, but it's a material that's designed to look like zinc. So one of the conditions recommended at the bottom of the committee report is for samples and details of all the materials to be included on the development. So if members are minded to approve, if they were happy with that condition, we would look to secure the best quality materials that we could on the basis of the location within the conservation area and how sensitive it is. So that would not stop us potentially pushing for real zinc, but obviously if a material came in with a sample which was not real zinc but zinc effects and we were satisfied that it was visually acceptable, we could look to agree that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Verity. Just following on from that specific question that my colleague asked, would it be your understanding that zinc might be a more expensive building material and also a much more longer lasting material, such as, for example, copper or lead, than perhaps steel that might be coloured zinc? And in relation to that, whilst it would clearly possibly last longer, it might be a more expensive construction material. Do we have any information about which choice of material has been used for the viability calculations in relation to the affordable housing we were talking about earlier, please?
I'm not an expert in terms of costings of different materials. I could only make a guess that probably zinc effect is probably going to be cheaper than zinc, but I wouldn't have any sort of way of backing up that argument. The costings in terms of viability would be on the basis of what has been submitted with the application, so zinc effect cladding. So in theory that could have a potential impact on the viability and any affordable housing contributions that we can obtain.
Councillor Fox.
I just ask in relation to the listed buildings in the vicinity, can I ask the officers whether any of the buildings, first of all, can they be seen? And secondly, what would be the effect on their settings of this proposed development?
Okay, lovely. I've just brought back up on the screen the extract from the conservation area appraisal. So you can see in blue, they're the grade 2 listed buildings. Right, just bring up the laser pointer. So if you can see here, this is Palm Grove, which is grade 2. So I think it's within the vicinity of Singleton Gardens. So there is, as my committee report detailed, a potential relationship in how you would view the two sites together. My assessment is that the works to the frontage of the site, so improving that boundary wall to make it sort of stone rather than the existing render, would result in an improvement on the setting. Given the siting and what I consider to be the acceptable size, scale, massing and appearance of the proposal as a whole, it was my assessment that there is not going to be a negative impact on the setting of Palm Grove. In terms of other listed buildings, I don't think you particularly get any views within the site or when you're stood at public vantage points where you can really consider the setting of the application site and the listed buildings themselves. So at the top we've got Singleton, which is grade 2. Members will remember from the site visit and also from the photos that I showed that there's a dense screening from from tree coverage, here we go, if I just bring up the aerial photo, you can see it's really dense sort of tree coverage between Singleton and the actual application site itself. And then we've got the other listed building of, let me just double check the name of that. Oh, it was Meadfoot Lodge, yes, thank you. Meadfoot Lodge is over here. Again, because you've got the separation distance between the application site and you've got the block of flats Meadville, my assessment was that I don't consider there to be any impact on the setting of that listed building. So overall, the committee report concluded that the site and application would have an acceptable impact on the setting of all listed buildings in the area.
You're not a conservation officer. Excuse me, please don't call out. Thank you. No, I'm sorry, we can't allow calling out. You have to give the respect to the planning committee members so they can make their decision. Thank you. Councillor Fox, are you happy with your answer there, or do you have any follow-up? Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Darling, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Verity, highways, you said in the report, and you said as well that highways had no concerns. Can I just confirm then that they were happy about where the cars were going to come out on the highway? Because it seemed to be quite a fast road that did, and can I just confirm they didn't raise any further concerns about that?
Yep, so we had comments from the highways engineers. So the committee report confirms that the highway engineers state that the visibility displays, which show a visibility of 43 metres by 2.4 metres, can be achieved in both the primary and secondary directions, and that that's commensurate with the requirements of the posted speed restrictions of 30 miles per hour in that location. So they're content that the access was safe in terms of visibility, highway safety, and they did also consider pedestrian visibility and safety, and again they were happy that all of those matters were acceptable.
Thank you. And just a quick second one, and I'm not sure you'll be able to answer this one. These luxury flats, do we know what the market value of these will be, or is that outside your remit?
No, I couldn't tell you that, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Billings, you have a further question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've got two, if I may. Verity, I was looking through the representations that were submitted on the planning website, and including one for the objectors written by a planning consultant, where they talk about the 5-year land supply and government changing the position in relation to that. You also talk about land supply at pages 37 and 38 of our report. I just wondered if you could clarify for us, please, what's the current position that an appeal inspector applies? If were this development to be refused, would land supply be one of the key grounds that the applicant would appeal on? And have we got any recent examples where the council has been able to defend its current land supply position, please?
So, because we do not have a 5-year housing land supply, I think I said in the speech it was just shy of 2.2 years. So that triggers the presumption in favour of sustainable development as set out within the MPPF. So certainly that is a key material consideration in terms of housing need, and if the application was to go to appeal, that would be a key criteria. I think at the end of my report I do sort of weigh the application up in the balance, considering the 3 main points of sustainable development, and weighing that against the harm which I've identified, which is the less than substantial harm to the conservation area. But obviously it was my assessment that that level of less than substantial harm was outweighed by the public benefits from the scheme, and a large part of that is the housing supply and the fact that it will be providing it will be providing houses when we are falling short of that. In terms of recent examples, I don't think I could tell you any specifically off the top of my head. I don't know if David or Simon could.
Sorry, to you, Madam Chairman. No, I think the approach for an appeal of an inspector would be very similar, if not the same, as the approach in the report. I'm certainly not aware of any appeal that departs from the approach and the operation of the tilted balance.
Thank you. And just expanding on that a little bit more, if I may, Verity. The consultant who was employed by one of the objectors referred to the government changing the rules on this. Has the government actually changed the rules on this yet? Or are we still in the position where there needs to be a 5-year land supply in order for there to be a proper amount of housing coming on stream?
Through you, Chair. Councillor Billings, it's a time of huge change in terms of planning policy nationally, and the government have hinted that they're going to do away with that 5-year housing land supply. Other political parties have implied that they would be looking to retain sort of targets for local authorities in terms of housing numbers, but the current government may well drop that as well. So it is a period of uncertainty about planning policy, and the levelling up bill coming through could change things, and the revised MPPF could change things. But at the moment, I would stand by our solicitor's point about our likely success in terms of land supply issue, and we have to go on that basis, certainly for what we've got at the moment, of less than 2.2 years. So.
And then just following that up, so we've heard comments from the Torquay Neighbourhood Forum, and at the moment, because I'm aware of this from my own area in Cheston with Gampton Ward, where we've had the Inglewood development, where that was where that was succeeded at an appeal because of the land supply position. Can we give strong weight on housing grounds to neighbourhood plans, recognising we're saying we've got a 2.2-year land supply, and in order to give full weight on housing matters, a neighbourhood plan requires 3 years. Have we got any indication that that's currently changing?
Through you, Chair. Again, that looks to be a potential change that will come in fairly shortly. That in the past, neighbourhood plans only kept their value for a couple of years, for 2 years, which is hugely frustrating knowing the amount of work that goes into producing them. So the rest of the policies in the neighbourhood plans are still relevant, but the housing policies were seen to be out of date. The government has made an indication that that will be extended to 5 years instead of 2 years, and in which case that would run through till June of next year, potentially, for those policies all to be still relevant from a housing point of view, a housing supply point of view, which is positive for the neighbourhood forum groups.
But that's not actually happened yet?
It's been indicated, but it's not passed in law or anything.
Thank you, Mr. Edmondson. And does that answer your question, Councillor Billings?
It does, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. On to Councillor Maddison. I believe you have a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, Councillor Billings absorbed one of my questions, but I have a little section of it that remains, and it's to ask you, please, to explain what constitutes less than a substantial harm, and how do you make that judgment? When you say things in your report, such as the application includes sensitive siting, how do you make that judgment? Thank you.
So the MPPF, it does set out different levels of harm and how you then have to weigh that. So there is varying levels. There's less than substantial harm, or there's significant harm. It is very much a weighing exercise. So what I've taken is advice from our internal officer, who's given heritage comments on the application.
So are there no criteria? Are you saying that this is a personal judgment, subjective? Thank you.
So there's guidance which is given by Historic England, and it's on that basis. and the MPPF that the internal officer has provided that advice. So it is on the basis of advice from Historic England. So then you have to weigh that. A lot of it is subjective, and it is very much on the balance. There's no exact right or wrong answer. It is a very much subjective art, which does obviously then lead to conflicts and not everyone agreeing with assessments that other people make, and that's why you do get variations in advice, and that other reports can be submitted which come to a different conclusion, but that the officer report and the committee report, which states that it is the less than substantial harm, is on the basis of that Historic England guidance and the internal officer advice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madison. Councillor Fox, you have a further question. Thank you.
Can I have your advice on this as to whether I can ask this? But it was really in relation to what Councillor Billings was saying in relation to the government and 5-year housing land supply. The only thing I would say is in the planning magazine, which comes out regularly every week, that there are many examples, very, very recent examples, where the lack of a 5-year housing land supply has turned to development. So it's still something that's in regular operation today. We all would like to know what's going to happen in the future.
Councillor Fox, is there a question at the end of this? Otherwise, perhaps we could save this for debate.
That's fine.
Is that okay? Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Councillor Tolshar, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not quite sure if this is the point in the meeting where it's raised, but I wonder, could we clarify the height, actually, of the actual apartment building and how it relates to the nearest buildings, which I think was the block of flats, and then was it White Lodge and Osborne, as to the roof line, essentially, of the apartments, please.
Yep, so I've just got on the screen at the moment, it gives you a bit of context with Meadville and White Lodge. I'm just going to open my actual physical plan up just because the figures are quite small, just to make sure I give you the right figures. So if you're right, just to bear with me. Okay, so the ridge level of the proposed apartment block is 54.5. The ridge level of Meadville Flats is 56.81. And then the ridge level of White Lodge is 50.07. Is that all you asked for?
Thank you, Councillor Tolshar. Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're very welcome. Councillor Billings.
Thank you. So I do apologise for this detailed question. One of the objectors, I did see it in my note, identified that apartment 6 is a 3-bedroom apartment with a proposed area of 69 square metres. Could you just help me a little bit about whether that's correct and how that compares to our minimum space standards?
Yes, I'll just bring up the committee report in front of me where it says, because I've specified in there the exact floor areas of each unit. Okay, so Unit 6 on the apartment building is a 3-bedroom. That includes 2 single bedrooms, and that's got a floor space of approximately 71.35 square metres. So the table which is set out in D3 of the local plan, and that reflects the DCLG technical housing standards document suggests that a 3-bedroom flat set over one floor with 2 single bedrooms should be a minimum of 74 square metres. So it is slightly below that minimum requirement. What I've set out on page 53 onwards of the committee report is acknowledging that that is slightly below those standards. I think all the rest of the units meet the required standards set out in D3, but it was my opinion that on the basis of the internal layout that it still provided a good quality level of accommodation, so I was not raising that as an objection.
And just in relation to this, are these space standards absolute hard minimums or are they guidelines, please?
So it's not hard and fast, it's the suggested recommended floor areas. If it was obviously hard and fast, then that would be more of a concern. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Madison.
Yes, another question. I understand we don't really have a sense of how much these apartments and dwellings are going to be marketed for. So how, I mean, it would really be helpful. I don't understand how we arrive at a SIL number or a Section 106. What is the computation to get to a number? Thank you.
So SIL is calculated on chargeable floor area. So that has nothing to do with, in terms of how much the properties might sell for, is literally just on floor area. It's £70 per square metre, which is how we've arrived at the 116,000 and change figure. In terms of the affordable housing, that's based in terms of the number of units, and it's set out in the SBD how you calculate that figure. Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pentney.
Just to very much follow up that question, and is that same formula employed, if you know, by the independent viability assessor, i.e. are you saying the independent assessor wouldn't consider the likely market value of these properties?
So yes, he does take that into account. I think the viability experts on behalf of the applicant set out what they think are the likely achievable figures, and then the independent assessor provides his own figures. So that is all very much part of the weighing up in terms of the viability. Obviously, it is all speculative, so that's why you do find sort of variations in the figure quite a lot of the time.
Thank you. Councillor Vardy, you have a question for our officer.
Could you clarify the parking arrangements for the accommodation, and would there be any off-street parking as well?
Yep, so I'll just bring up the proposed site plan. So you can see on here, let me just bring up. So we've got the existing dwelling at Singleton Gardens. That will be served by 2 parking spaces, which is in accordance with policy. We've got the 2 coach houses, which will both be served by 2 parking spaces. The lower coach house, well, the lower attached house, sorry, will be served by 2 parking spaces, which are in the courtyard. The top attached dwelling will be served by 1 space, which is within the courtyard. And then if you can remember, there's an internal garage. So that's where the second space is. There's a separate visitors space, which is obviously not allocated to any of the set units on the site, which is in the courtyard. And then the remaining parking is located within an undercroft parking area in the apartment building. So you can see on here there's 7 parking spaces, so it's 1 space per flat, and every single unit is served by an electric vehicle charging point. And all of that all meets policy TA3 and Appendix F of the local plan, and our highways engineers have confirmed that they're happy with that arrangement.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that with each apartment there's 1 per unit at the back, the underground parking. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, the number of occupants will be more within the accommodations. People will have children as well, 18 plus, having cars. So would that parking spill out onto the street? whereas at the moment, saw this morning, the street was totally jam-packed with parking. So would that add problems and complications to off-street parking?
So our policy, TA3 and then Appendix F of the local plan, is the policy which we have to work with, and that sets out the requirements for parking standards, and that indicates that no matter how many bedrooms are within a flat, that a flat needs to be served by one parking space. So the policy, the plans put forward are policy compliant.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Billings, I believe you have a further question.
Sorry, Chair. I meant sorry, Verity. To go back to this particular question of affordable housing, please, if we can. You've referred to the fact that the applicants commissioned a consultant to provide information to the independent assessor. Am I right in thinking that the independent assessor we're relying on is acting, as we can't see the detail of his report, it's been redacted for members on this committee, so he's acting as the independent arbiter in this situation, so almost like the judge, if you like, presiding. Is that the setup that we're relying on, please?
Yeah, so the independent viability assessor is appointed and instructed by the council, but is paid for by the applicant. So they do not take direction from the council or from the applicant, so they are there to be completely independent.
Okay, but to clarify, the applicants provided the independent assessor with information to advocate on their behalf, their position to negotiate it down. Has information been put to the independent viability assessor to advocate the opposite way and argue the figure up?
So the main critique that came about via the applicant's viability assessor was that they did not agree with the figures that the independent assessor put forward. I think it was very much in terms of sort of land values, sort of sales figures, those sort of facts and figures. And they seem to obtain quite a lot of information from sort of local estate agents, which help inform their sort of figures. So the independent assessor comes up with their own figures, and they obviously take into account the figures that have been provided by the applicant. They look at that, but he has very much disputed quite a number of those. So I wouldn't say they just take on board and accept everything at face value. It has very much been argued, which is how we've ended up at the figure which they've suggested.
But equally, we haven't had the equivalent of someone providing the independent assessor with a higher figure. We're very much relying on the fact that he's exercising his independent judgment, seeing as we can't go into the detail of his report, and he's seen what the applicant said. We haven't, for example, commissioned the TDA to encourage him the higher that there could be a greater contribution because the build costs might not be what he said. It's the advocacy in that instance has only really been one way round. Is that fair in that assessment, and is that typical about how this is normally done and expected within all the guidance?
So the council does not employ our own viability expert or anyone with the capabilities at present of doing that assessment. So you're correct, it is very much that we're reliant on this independent viability assessor to consider obviously all the facts and figures and to provide us with that final conclusion. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Councillor Tolshard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to go back, actually, I didn't put my hand up quickly enough to follow on parking, a point relating to parking and the installation of electric vehicle charging points within the Undercroft. And I think concerns were raised about fire safety in installing EVCPs in that area. Can you just confirm that it's been clarified that it is safe to put those points in what essentially is a more enclosed area, and also will all the parking spaces and the electric vehicle charging points all be completed before occupation of the properties. Thank you.
Yes, so we did have a comment from the police designing out crime officer, potentially raising it as a concern that the EV charging points were located in the Undercroft parking area. So following on from that comment, I contacted our building control officers. Their comment is included in the committee report. Basically, that states that they are happy that they could safely install EV charging points in the Undercroft parking area. I think it just needs to be installed in line with manufacturers' recommendations, but their advice was there is no reason that we could refuse EV charging points in the Undercroft parking area, and they were not concerned with the safety.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, I had read it in the report. I just wanted clarification that was the case. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Tolshard. Are there any more questions? Okay, I've now closed the questions and I now open this application for debate. Do I have the first debate? Thank you, Councillor Paignton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a problem with this one on that issue of affordable housing provision. I mean, I've been on the committee a long time, as colleagues know, and I've never liked the arrangements we have in terms of independent assessment. But this case, I'd say, is exceptional in terms of that kind of black and white on paper, saying that the provisional initial findings were, in the eyes of the reasonable observer in the street. It sounds like they've been, I'm not saying this is the case, but it looks like the perception is that they've been turned around and told to try again. And, affordable housing is a massive issue to every authority, but especially in Torbay, and we've had a couple of recent setbacks on that subject, and it is so important that we get it right. And I want to be able to say that, whatever decision we make this afternoon is done so with complete confidence in the reports, independent or otherwise, that underpin a decision. I can't say, I appreciate your earlier response, Rarity, but I can't say I have complete confidence in that report, or in terms of the way it's seen to the average person in the street. So unless I can be persuaded in the course of debate, it's for that reason I won't be supporting this, unless others can convince me otherwise.
Thank you, Councillor Paignton. Any more debate? Councillor Mandy Darling, thank you.
Thank you. We do have a real housing crisis, but I struggle with this one a little bit as well, because I'm not sure this is the type of housing we need, and we don't have a primary residence legislation here in Torbay yet, but I do have concerns that these flats will be out of the price bracket of the range of people who desperately need, and will be second homes and Airbnb. But obviously, it's planning, and we desperately need it. But I do have real concerns. But I will continue to listen to what other people say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darling. Any more debate? Councillor Billings, thank you.
I just wanted to engage in a bit of dialogue with you, Councillor Paignton, to see whether there was ways that both of our concerns on that topic we could move forward on them. I think my starting point on this, though, if I'm looking at this application, is on the housing position, because in my mind, on a big picture level, I'm weighing this need for housing with the important setting that this site has, and the harm in relation to the conservation area and the nearby listed buildings. And to me, those are the key things. And I just wanted to expand a little bit on the housing things and how they feature in my mind. In my ward, the Inglewood development has been allowed because of the housing land supply position that we're in. where there is insufficient housing in Torbay, and that's why I would encourage members around the table and councillors possibly listening to this on the video link, and the community at large in the audience, to encourage their councillors to identify that this is a real issue that we do need to resolve, because it shouldn't be the situation where we're really having to favour housing in such a strong way. If this was something that wasn't housing, if this was, say, an industrial unit or a commercial, we wouldn't have that pressure in the same. I appreciate you probably wouldn't want it in that location, but you wouldn't have that same type of pressure to push it through. And a previous appeal inspector in relation to the Inglewood site identified that landscape there was, and I quote because I'll always remember it, was one of the finest riverine landscapes in the country. And he was referring to the Dart Valley ONB. And that's what the appeal inspector, when he considered the Inglewood development, was evaluating. That one of the finest riverine landscape in the country. And he allowed the appeal because it provided housing. And so to me, having seen how appeal inspectors are looking at these applications, that makes it very difficult to refuse an application where there is harm, and I agree there is harm in this one in relation to the listed buildings and the conservation area, but whether that balance tips in favour of protecting those assets or allowing it because of the housing. And to me, I find it very difficult if one of the finest riverine landscapes in the country wasn't sufficient to meet that bar, and I appreciate it was more housing. To me, I find this a challenge. With the affordable housing, and that's the issue I'm grappling with in my mind. With the affordable housing, I too have slight concerns about the process. If I take the view that we're custodians of the public out there, we're their representatives, I don't think the way that we've got an independent assessor, and he's having information from one side, but he's not having, say, the opposite side. The community haven't provided information to him to advocate why the number should be bigger. I find that slightly awkward. But I recognise equally that having an independent assessor is quite common in judicial setups. I really did note that the assessment towards the end, that following the completion of the development, that the gross development value would be reassessed. And to me, I wondered whether there was more that we could, as a committee, to explore the way of sense checking the contribution at the end of the build process, rather than stopping something now if the affordable housing was our main concern. Because ultimately, if we refuse it because of the affordable housing contribution, we don't get any contribution at all. At least if we found a better mechanism of addressing that, if that's the committee's main concern, we can be sure on a figure, might be what we want, and then we can ensure that we've got an appropriate figure at the end of the process. And I think at this stage it's impossible to know. We had the debate with the zinc cladding or the zinc effect cladding. We don't fully know the build spec. We don't fully know what inflation's going to do next year. We don't know what the economy's going to do. I think anything at this stage on a projection is just that, it's a projection. I think it'd be much more sensible to come back to any contribution once the scheme's been completed, if that's the key issue. But as I say, in my mind, I'm first of all starting from that balance of the environmental sort of impact because of the listed buildings and the conservation area, and the need for housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Councillor Vardy, did you indicate you wish to speak next?
Some of the points were covered by Councillor Billings.
Yep, please go ahead.
No, I don't want to echo what Councillor Billings said. I think for me, I think it's a very good development within the area. But what I can't sit comfortably with is the lack of affordable housing. Is it going to go outside of is it going to change the fabric of that street? Because there's a lot of development there. The other point is it's a meagre sum, 65,000. What's that going to pay for? A shower, ensuite shower in a bedroom? These developers do make millions on these developments, and they're giving pennies to society upon development of this. So that's something I can't sit very comfortable with at the moment, and I'd like to continue what is said in the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Penny. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking up Councillor Billings' invitation for kind of dialogue. Yeah, I mean, I totally see what you're saying, Councillor Billings, and like, I'm not, I mean, as colleagues will know, as a previous chair of this committee, I'm not cavalier about throwing stuff out there and saying, we can't do this. I'm always not teaching anyone to suck eggs, but if we were minded, and it is if at this stage, if we were minded to refuse, we would obviously have to think hard about the grounds on which we refuse. And, you know, there are instances, such as Inglewood, mentioned by Councillor Billings, where, you know, the appeal will be found in favour of the appealing body. And indeed, you know, I recognise the strength of feeling in the room as well. But you know, as colleagues will know, as chair in the past, I've gone against what can be sometimes very strong feeling in the room. But it is just that on that affordable housing and the issue of this viability assessment, it's just the way it reads in the report that would be available to the inspectorate. That just is very stark language, and maybe it's unfortunately constructed that phrasing. But I just think that it's slightly beyond the pale. I would struggle to think of other grounds, to be honest, that we would confidently be able to hold our own at an appeal stage. And who knows, again, if we are minded to refuse and on some sort of grounds around affordable housing, such as the nature of the system, it might still be overturned at appeal stage. We can't control that, but obviously we should take reasonable steps to ensure that whatever decision we do come to, we have good reasons to ideally see off any appeal and certainly to see off any costs awarded against the council, which obviously costs the taxpayer money. But that's why the position I'm currently in, Councillor Billings, is that I do think this is an exceptional case in terms of these issues around affordable housing and the way the viability assessment has been carried out and expressed in this case.
Thank you, Councillor Penny. Councillor Billings, I believe you wish to reply.
So just exploring that point a little bit more then. What is it that you think would be necessary in relation to conditions or Section 106 drafting to overcome those concerns, recognising there would be at the moment there's already the proposal that the Section 106 would have within it the opportunity to review the contribution figure at the completion of the development. Do we just need to make that stronger? Would that allay those concerns?
For you, Madam Chair,
yes,
I'm quite to other speakers, but I had thought about that and I meant to say that before, but I think, well, maybe there is a solution in that somewhere, but the problem is that discretion looks fettered by the independent assessor, and it doesn't matter, unless they're going to be persuaded otherwise, it doesn't matter what we can bolt on now. I think to that perception, their discretion does appear to be fettered, and it doesn't matter what we strap onto it now. We don't have that confidence in anything that independent assessor says because of the way it's been expressed in the report.
Thank you. Do you wish to come back, Councillor Billings, or are you happy?
I think if I may, I'm not quite on exactly. I wouldn't quite have seen it in the same way, Councillor Penny. In my eyes, what we've got is a situation that could potentially look wrong, in that we have a very affluent residential area that we're considering a development of 9 new dwellings, many of apartments, and we've got a policy expectation where the policy expectation is at the moment 136,500. And we're actually getting 65,000. And I suppose one could take the view, well, if you couldn't get the maximum contribution there, where could you get it? Because that's possibly one of the more affluent areas in Torbay. Maybe that's the fact that now, for the benefit of the public listening, bearing in mind the developer's already paying £116,000 as a tax anyway through SIL, So this is a figure on top of that. But I can sympathise with a view that, well, if you can't get that contribution on that site, where could you? In my eyes, I thought I would like to be in a position where we're assessing all of this once it's built, and that would be the position where. And so I thought that the Section 106, which we haven't got a draft of in front of us, we'd need to be very clear were we minded to appeal. Were we minded to approve, we need to be very clear in relation to what the expectations of the drafting of that Section 106 were. I'd want to be clearer than we've got in the report, but in my mind you couldn't get better than assessing it once it's complete with the actual figures rather than at an early stage with projected figures. Because irrespective of how impartial and perfectly foresighted someone is, they're never going to be as good as the actual figures. And so to me, if that was our main issue, I think that could be overcome by suitable drafting within the Section 106. I appreciate there are other considerations around this, but I thought that was an obstacle that I felt we could overcome.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. I'm just going to bring Mr Edmondson in on this one. Thank you.
Well, in response to Councillor Billings' point, it was just about a mechanism, I suppose, to be able to build into that. Potentially, within any 106 agreement, that clause could be worded in a manner that meant that the consideration or discharging of that clause should come in front of this planning committee. It's unusual, and we might have to change the constitution, but that could well be a way of dealing with it, because normally you never see those discharging of clauses or planning conditions and things, but there is the potential for us to bring that back to you as a planning committee. And then you can almost have a say as well over the detail of the independent assessment, because we would have that independently assessed again. And I know it's caused concern for residents and for perhaps some of the members around the table about the fact that the developer has to pay for that independent advice. But otherwise, the public purse pays for it for an application that they've got no interest in particularly. So we don't seek to we seek to get that money to pay for that. We choose who we use, and I hope that you have the confidence in those people that we employ to give that advice. But that is a mechanism anyway, potentially for you to ultimately have that say over what comes back. Or the other alternative is to look at that figure you were given first off and say, well, as a committee, we don't agree with the advice you've been given and we believe it should be at this higher level. But that's harder to justify because you haven't had all the details, because it's redacted and you haven't had that information. So it'd be quite hard to justify. But if you have the say at the end of the process, then you have some control.
Thank you, Mr Robinson. Councillor Madison, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Verdi made a mention of the fact that this application would alter the landscape in the locality. I'd just like to return to that a little bit. Under the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act of 1990, we are required in this process to ensure that effort be made to preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the Lincoln's conservation area. And I think it's worth revisiting this because, notwithstanding the general dismissal by officers of this site's heritage significance, I still find it very hard to see how a 4-storey development, even one with reduced mass relative to previous plans, can be contributing in this way to preserving or enhancing the character of the Lincolns. The different scale, materials, height. I just think it's very easy not to revisit this because perhaps it's uncomfortable to pay attention to conservation areas, but the scale, the materials and height will materially alter the character of the locality, and the enhancement judgment is subjective, as is a lot of this process. So preserving the character of neighbourhoods like the Lincolns is what assures Torquay Town its distinctiveness and overall heritage identity, and therefore every decision to dilute the heritage character on a local or micro level, particularly as a result of unclear thinking, fuzzy thinking, will be a mistake. So I think we've established that this particular development will not necessarily be adding the desirable contribution to housing in Torbay. And I understand that this is a commercial development opportunity and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that we need, as a committee, to identify clearly, as we make our judgments, whether the need for housing is at stake here, and proven in this case, and whether the housing needs are such that we must override the conservation principle. And since the housing need argument has not been demonstrated in this case, to my satisfaction, in a way to trump the preservation requirement, I think it's the responsibility of the committee not to cede on the preservation principle. And I understand that this 4-storey development has been altering in the right direction over quite a considerable time, but making the wrong decision will have quite an impact on a very homogenous, well, a relatively homogenous neighbourhood. And I think we should think about that. Thank you.
Councillor Madison. Councillor Pentney, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to respond to Councillor Billings' point about, there is a degree of attractiveness in terms of a clawback mechanism once, properties are built, but the housing crisis is now and urgent, and it could take 3 years before the first spade is put in the ground, and then it could take even longer to actually finish and then see any of the cash. So that's why we always want to see, well, ideally we'd want to see affordable homes built, but that's why we want to see that kind of offset in advance of construction. And I can see the attractiveness of that argument, but that's its fundamental problem, is that the need is now, and that return could be many, many years down the line, if ever seen. So.
Thank you, Councillor Pentney. Councillor Fox.
Agreeing with a lot of what my fellow members are saying, we are required to consider the benefits and harms of the proposal before us. There's a critical point in this. The housing argument, as we've heard on other sites in Torbay, inspectors are taking a strong line on trying to meet this need, and the fact that none of these houses are going to be affordable in the traditional sense of the word, I don't think will cut much ice with inspectors. I have to say that, having been one until very recently, in terms of the environmental factors, I think it's easy to dismiss the report as just being one which is not particularly cold, if you like, in an argument, or objective. But you've got the council senior tree officer and green infrastructure manager who's carefully considered this and says there's no objections. You've got the county council ecologist who said there's no ecological or legislative reasons for refusing this application. And probably the most important of the witnesses is Historic England, who are a national organisation. They look at sites all over the country. They're as near to objective as I think you can get. And they are saying that the wall garden and associated structures at Singleton Gardens do not meet the criteria for listing in a national context. I think their reasoning, which you see in page 44, for example, of the officer's report, is pretty robust. So whilst any change can be seen as bad, I think what you've got here is over a number of months and debate and consideration, and going back to the design panel a couple of times, you've had significant variation in this. I don't necessarily think 4 dwellings in itself is high. It's lower, for example, the Meadville villa on one side. It's lower than the creamy coloured one that we saw on the other side. Sorry for anybody who owns that property, not to give it its correct name. I think in terms, it's minor harm, less than substantial is the word that's used. That comes straight out of the MPPF. Again, a number of us would like to see changes in the MPPF, probably me for a number of years now, but that's what we've got. That's going to be the gold standard for this. My worry is that if we go ahead and refuse this, it will be overturned on appeal, and there is no distinction in planning law between affordable and other housing. It will be 9 more units, 2.2 or 2.17 was it now years of housing land supply we've got. It's a seriously deficient situation, and if you look at the map which Planning magazine produced about a month ago, we're in the bottom category in terms of housing need. So I just put those factors before you. I've got every sympathy with what Councillor Billings and Councillor Paignton have said in relation to affordable housing contributions, and can we get these up, and is there any way of working this through? And I would like our officers to think about this. I think that's an important way forward. But I would just say in terms of the realpolitik of this, that we refuse this at our peril.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Councillor Joyce, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Mr Redmond, Mr Cowdery, Dr Horder and Mr Bishop for their presentations and their contributions. So thank you very much. It was very interesting and informative. I don't really want to turn this into a monologue, so I'll just give you my perception of the application and just some additional items that I think we should consider in debate this afternoon. So for me, it's very much, as we know, it's about the application and making sure that, one, it fits the legislation and it supplies the needs and the demands of the housing needs in Torbay. But it's not one size fits all. We don't have that kind of system. We've got to take into consideration not only the application, but the affordable housing issue that's been brought up many, many times now this afternoon. But let's look at the 3 C's in relation to this. Let's look at the consent, let's look at the community, which is really important, and let's look at conservation. So in relation to the housing needs, do we actually think that there is a housing need there for these apartments and dwellings? And if so, that's something that you'll be making in your decision making this afternoon, based on the fact that we actually need this to meet the supplies and the demands of Torbay and in particular the Wellswood area. But if you look on Zoopla or Rightmove, you could probably at any time within a bracket of £400,000 plus see about 200 or 300 houses at any one time that fits the criteria. Most of those could probably be second homes. You've got to also look at the fact that the fabric of the neighbourhood and the street, and actually how that will affect not only how the street looks within the conservation area, but the effect it has on the community. And again, with any decisions we make, we have to consider the community at large. We are acting as the representation of Torbay, but we represent our community. Doing the right thing sometimes makes difficult decisions, but when you do the right thing, you do it from the basis that it's actually not only your brain engaged, but your heart engaged, and you're doing the right thing for Torbay and what you consider to be the right thing for the needs for Torbay and for the housing needs of this area. One other thing I just really wanted to focus on, which is about the affordable and social housing. I'm a great advocate when it comes to regeneration. We need regeneration in this town. We absolutely do. We need it to evolve, and we need us to be what it needs to be, which is supplying amounts of homes for people to live in, because everybody deserves an affordable house to live in. But that doesn't mean that it's at any particular cost, and it means, as far as I'm concerned, we have the right location, the right choice of housing, and at the right price. And it fits in with the fabric not only of the people that live in the area, but meets the demands and the needs of the people of Torbay. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Paignton, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just immediately come back to a couple of Councillor Joyce's point. I mean, I get the argument made by yourself, Councillor Joyce, and Councillor Madison, in terms of a feeling that there isn't a localised housing need, i.e. that part of Torquay, but of course we must remember that we are bound by the authority-wide housing need that is identified and is a fact that we're bound to when making a decision, whether we like it or not. So I just remind members of that fact. And I just want to add to what Councillor Fox said in terms of in making a decision this afternoon, not only will the inspectorate fail to distinguish between affordable and non-affordable, they will, I think, sadly, but nevertheless, they'll fail to distinguish between luxury second home and unaffordable, which aren't one and the same thing, as everyone knows. So, like I said, you know my position on this. I haven't been swayed by what I've heard in terms of being unable to support this at the moment because of the issue around affordable housing provision. But I think, to be fair to Councillor Fox, is making that point that whatever decision we make, we have a responsibility to demonstrate how we've come to that conclusion so that we do everything we reasonably can to protect ourselves from A, having this decision overturned, and B, having costs awarded against us, which will cost taxpayers money.
Thank you, Councillor Penny. Councillor Madison.
Thank you, Chair. Just to return on that, and actually just to repeat words that were said today by the member of the Planning Committee when we were on a different site. The scales, I think it was possibly you, Verity, not you, scales should always be tipped in favour of conservation, is what the Planning Committee member said. And I just took note of it because although it was on a different site, I think it's true. Just because you can make a terrible mistake in changing how a district looks, it can have a knock-on effect to the town in general. And more importantly, in this particular case, I don't think we have it proven that the housing demand is satisfied. So that's what I had to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madison. Councillor Billings, were you next? No, I beg your pardon. It was Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to go back to Councillor Pentney, I totally agree with you. We have to fit the remit of the legislation, and what we're here to do is actually look at the application. But my point was, within that application, it's not just one size fits all, it's also taken into consideration all the other elements that make a planning application, and that does include things like conservation areas, the neighbourhood plan, and most importantly, the community.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, a little bit of background, because I think it would probably help. I was involved in neighbourhood planning from 2011 through to 2019, so I've spent an extended period of time being involved from a community perspective in neighbourhood planning. So when I heard from the community and Dr. Horder, who's doing a fantastic job of chairing the Torquay Neighbourhood Forum when their committee's diligently gone through all of the neighbourhood plan policies and identified the issues there, and the other community speakers. I really did listen because I've been there, that was me as well, and I sort of do understand the strength of community feeling. But equally, going back to what I was talking about earlier, if Inglewood, one of the finest riverine landscapes in the country, was something that the inspector
Excuse me, please don't call out.
Was something that the inspector didn't consider to be a sufficiently high bar. Whilst I do accept there's harm in relation to this conservation area from this. There's inevitably going to be. We've got an open, historically walled garden space. This is inevitable harm because we are infilling it. I don't believe, as much as it will frustrate and disappoint the people in the audience who are speaking and potentially disagree with me on this, I don't believe an inspector will consider that harm to be sufficient to overcome the need for housing. And whilst I do accept that these houses will probably, in all honesty, maybe be second homes, maybe they'll be Airbnbs. We don't have the scope to consider that at the moment. All we have is a situation where the Torbay housing target is up here, the amount of housing we're currently delivering is down there. There's this huge great gulf. And Councillor Fox, you've been in that situation as a planning inspector. You know yourself, if you've got an authority with such a low position as 2.2 years, which is where Torbay is, that's much lower than many of our peers, most of whom can either meet or just slightly exceed their housing targets. And that really is where I find difficulty in supporting the community, and I would like to go with the community because I've been in their shoes. And that's why I struggle with having to say that my mind is that actually as a committee, and I appreciate for lots within the audience, you're not going to like what I'm saying. And I'm not saying this because I disagree with you. I'm simply saying that I don't believe it would stand up at appeal if we refused this. And all that would create is a situation where Torbay ends up with a large cost bill. And if you disagree with me, fine, but find me any example where a large housing development or any multiple housing development has been refused by this council and we've successfully defended that refusal at appeal, because there aren't any. And that is why I think as a council we need to do something about that housing position, but we can't simply go along, in my eyes, refusing developments on where they're delivering quantities of housing like this, where yes there is harm, but to me that balance, the scale of the harm isn't sufficient to create a situation where I think we'd be safe on a refusal. And the affordable housing point, in my eyes, I think if you were the applicant going into going into appeal, you'd have found a way of trying to have negotiated with officers around a Section 106 and some revised drafting before you got to that appeal, so that by the time you were at the appeal considering harm to the conservation area and housing, I think that affordable housing contribution would already have been off the table. And so for me, as much as we might not like it, I don't believe we would be safe to refuse this. I do accept there's harm to the area. I do accept there's harm to the listed buildings. I'd very much like, with my heart, to be able to say that is sufficient for me to refuse this, but I'm not in that position. I don't like what I'm saying. I don't like being the very unpopular member of the committee who's advocating this point, but unfortunately that's where I feel I am. So from my perspective, when we're going to move a motion, I would be moving one in support, not because I want to, but because I feel that's the only decision we've got on the table. And I'd welcome other views around the table to see if people disagree with me, please.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Councillor Vardy.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Be more succinct next time.
Fell asleep. No, historic England, I think our green spaces by historic England are going to be exactly that, historic. They have a robust argument, it's not conservation area, it's not that, Inglewood, So anything where we don't have Stonehenge is liable to be built on. Where is the green space going to remain? One green space goes here, then the next bit of green space behind it, to the left of it. And before you know it, it's such a built-up area. And it takes one unit, that development to go up, then they'll say, oh, that went up, we can do this here now on this green space next door. So what we're going to have, just bricks and mortar everywhere we look. No trees, no green space, pollution, climate. It's just, that's what I can see happening in the future. And, the meagre sums paid towards affordable housing, it's laughable, it really is. If we're waiting for the buildings to be built and then impose a levy on it, when is that going to happen? If there is going to be a levy, it should be 10% of every household sold there into the public purse towards affordable housing.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. I think actually our debate is... okay, no problem, Councillor. Our debate is kind of going round in circles at this point. But Councillor Madison, do you have anything different to add to the debate, or is it similar?
It's very short. It's to say that we have two sets of guidelines, or many sets of guidelines we're looking at. Two bits seem to compete or work against each other. And so we will individually, subjectively, I guess, make our decisions. Councillor Billings feels something and believes something, and we all have to come to our own conclusions now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you, Councillor Madison and Councillor Darling.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to bring it back really to the centre and just ask maybe our solicitor to just put it in black and white. I'm mindful not to support this, but in not supporting it, can he just confirm then that that would then go to appeal and the council would then be liable for a lot of money to be lost to the taxpayers? Could you just outline the procedure that would be?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chairman, I'm not sure the procedure for if there's an appeal, a refusal, or what. I'm not quite sure what the question is.
I think if it went to appeal, would it cost?
Well, I think...
the council's taxpayers' money. Is that what you're trying to say, Councillor Darling?
I think the committee should really focus on kind of making the correct decision rather than preempting what any sort of appeal may be. I think to summarise the three issues that are here, first of all, as the report identifies, the development is contrary to the development plan because of the impact on the conservation area, and the issue in relation to that is whether material considerations outweigh the fact that it's contrary to the development plan, and obviously the key issue that has been discussed is the provision of housing. And then because of the shortfall in housing land supply, the second question going on from that is whether the impact on the heritage assets, which in this case is the conservation area, whether that impact provides just to get it right, because it's in the report, a clear reason for refusal. Whether that level of harm provides a clear reason for refusal. And then at the end, there's a balancing exercise as to whether the impacts of the development, in terms of its impact on the conservation area, significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits in terms of the housing provision. So those are the three key issues. It's essentially weighing the impact on the heritage assets on the conservation area against the benefits of housing provision. That really is the issue before the committee.
Thank you. Does that help with your question, Councillor Darling?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Penny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make, again, I don't want to teach anyone to suck eggs, but there is a distinction that can be made between an appeal that finds in favour of the appealing party and awards being costed against us. No, we won't, and I'm happy to be corrected by Mr. Catcher if need be, but we won't have awards. There can be a situation where the appeal is upheld, but we don't have cost awarded against us because our reasoning and in terms of how we reached that decision was legitimate. And actually, I'd hope that, and we have representatives from the applicant here, I hope that they wouldn't sue, because I'd ideally want them to work with the officers in the community to try and overcome some of these issues. I mean, if they're sincere in their comments about working with the community, that shouldn't be on the pale, I think. But yeah, I just want to really kind of emphasise that distinction between, yes, I think we'll struggle with this if we are minded to refuse, but I think the likelihood of being able to at least defend our reasoning and not have cost awarded against us is fairly strong, I would say, from experience.
Yeah, I'm just going to get Mr. Simon Cottrell to come back in on that
Sorry,
one.
I ought to clarify that, of course, the issue is dependent on the committee's reasons for refusal, and we've actually not got to that point as yet.
Thank you for your clarity. Okay. I think we probably have exhausted debate. I think we've kind of gone round in circles and come all the way back again. Can I please ask any members if we have a proposal? Councillor Fox, I believe you have a proposal. Thank you.
I propose that the report is accepted and that permission is granted.
So, thank you very much. And do I have a seconder?
I'd be happy to second that, Madam Chair, but I'd like to propose a slight amendment that perhaps Councillor Fox might accept. Councillor Fox, with your indulgence, would you be happy to allow variation of the affordable housing component so that came back to the committee at a later date?
Sorry, yes, I would.
So you're quite happy to accept that amendment?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fox. So we have a proposer and we have a seconder. So I think we'll go to the vote. So all in favour, please. Yep, that's 4. And against?
2, 3, 5.
1, 2, 3. That's 5. And any abstentions? I think that probably was it, wasn't it? Okay. So that's lost. Yep. Okay, so that being as that is lost, do we have a proposer for, Councillor Penny?
Thank you, and with your indulgence, Madam Chair, what I'm about to propose, as a former chair, I fully recognise that we're up against it in terms of the planning inspectorate. And to be honest, I hate our planning system in this country, which undermines localism in the way it does. And I think everyone around this table does, to be honest. And I have a lot of sympathy for Councillor Fox and Councillor Billings because we are largely hamstrung by this planning system. Nevertheless, I think we certainly can hold our own in terms of defending the reasoning, in terms of why we've come to the decision. And I want to put refusal on the grounds of, and I will invite some refinement from officers as required, but on 2 grounds in terms of failure to meet adequately affordable housing obligations and the issues of conservationism already identified. But as I said, it's been a long debate and I'd certainly welcome officers' guidance in honing those stated reasons for refusal.
Thank you. Can we have some guidance, please?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. 2 of the previous 4 reasons for refusal do cover those matters. So the first reason for refusal that was used last time round refers to the siting scale and design of the proposal would fail to reflect local distinctiveness as well as failing to relate to acceptably to the heritage assets. And the proposed siting scale and design of the semi-detached dwellings, well, that's slightly different this time. It's suburban in character and will be dominant in the street scene. That is different. As such, would be inappropriate and out of character with the context of the site and the surrounding area, and fail to respect the local character would lead to less than substantial harm to the setting of Palm Grove listed building. And the proposed scale and design of the apartment block would fail to provide quality design, respect the local character in terms of design bulk, scale and bulk, and in terms of reflecting the identity of the surroundings. It presents itself an overly dominant mass. I mean, these are the issues that were raised on the previous scheme, which obviously has been scaled back considerably. visible within the Lincoln's conservation area. The proposal in its totality would result in an incongruous addition that would cause demonstrable harm to the heritage assets and is not outweighed by the public benefit. So you'd be coming to a different conclusion from what the officers have concluded. The proposal therefore failed to conserve and enhance the distinctive character and appearance of the Lincoln's conservation area and would lead to less than substantial harm to the heritage asset. I don't think you can argue that it's a greater level of harm when that's what's been assessed, and then that would be contrary to our own policies and the neighbourhood plan policies that were listed in there. And then secondly, but in the absence of a Section 106 legal agreement to fail to secure that necessary provision of affordable housing, that would be contrary to policy H2 of the Torbay local plan and NPPF as well. So that element covers the affordable housing element. But I would strongly advise not throwing in lots of extra things that you either haven't discussed or you throw the kitchen sink at it. It is better to focus on those two elements that you both that you've raised today. I don't know if Verity wants to add anything to that first reason. I think we'd have to adapt that first reason because you as members have talked a little bit about the height and scale of the building, but that did focus last time on the scale of the building. But you did talk about the character of the conservation area, which clearly is something that concerns you greatly. Is there anything else on that?
I think, yeah, we just need clarification really if the main reason for refusal is conservation. Is that the loss of the open garden space leading to the less than substantial harm that you don't think is outweighed by public benefit? And then also, is there issues with the design, massing, appearance, and sort of which elements within the proposal that you think would lead to that?
In my case, it'd be the former, but if a seconder, because we have focused so much on affordable housing, if a seconder did want to add that, but Ms Edmondson is totally right that we don't want to build too many things into this. We want to be pretty laser-like focused on our reasons there, but if a seconder is so minded to, then I'd happily include both elements.
Thank you. Are you happy with the reasons?
The question that Ms Clark has questioned is whether or not you are focusing on design elements of the building, because in many ways we haven't talked a great deal about that because we've had design advice from design review panel and it has gone back on a lot of the points that were raised previously about height and breaking up the mass of the building. But nevertheless, the insertion of several buildings in the site will have an impact on the conservation area, and I think that's probably what you should focus on rather than necessarily on the specifics of the design.
Thank you. Going back to Councillor Paignton, are you happy?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand absolutely what Mr Edmonds is saying, and must remember we're talking about what reasons we're going to present as for refusal. So in what I've heard, for me personally, it is, as we covered, affordable housing provisions are a rather lack of, and the placement, and less for me about appearance. So what I would be proposing would be on those grounds of affordable housing and basing it less and not about the appearance, because that's how I feel on it.
Okay, so we're actually refusing it on affordable housing. Yeah.
And conservation.
And conservation.
But I'm not minded to cite appearance as a reason, and which are distinguished things. So the placing of the site in a conservation area is rather than its appearance.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go back to the officers and see whether they're happy with the wording.
So it's not necessarily the size, scale, massing or appearance of any of the buildings on the site. It's the development of the garden, and that's the impact on the conservation area, the less than substantial harm. Is that your reason for refusal? Or?
Sorry, forgive me, Madam Chair. So it's been a long debate and my brain doesn't work at the best of times. But so the size, scale and mass, yes, I forgive me, I thought there was some sort of division into further subcategories. So size, scale, massing and appearance, yes, forgive me, as well as the affordable housing.
I mean, we will take that and make it into the reason for refusal based on that previous reason for refusal that talked about site scale and massing of the structure. And you have come to a different conclusion as members than we did as officers in terms of the acceptability of that revised scheme, which is okay.
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, please.
Can I just clarify then the size scale massing of the apartment building and the attached two dwellings, or just the apartment building?
Yes, the entire application. Yeah.
All of it.
No.
Okay. And the extension to the existing dwelling?
Yes, in its entirety.
Okay.
So.
Okay, thank you. Are the officers? Yeah, you're in line with that. Okay, I'm just going to pass you over to our clerk to read out the final draft of the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Obviously, the caveat to it is that the planning officers will help with the suitable wording for it. But essentially, the reasons for refusal are concerning, firstly, the lack of affordable housing, and secondly, the placing of the site in a conservation area, which relates specifically to the size, scale and mass and appearance of the whole development in respect to the existing garden. In addition to that, then I would suggest that the further conditions are provided. The final drafting of the reasons conditions delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency. And secondly, the resolution of any new material considerations that may come to light following Planning Committee to be delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, including the addition of any necessary further planning conditions or obligations. I think those are our standard.
Thank you.
Things, or would you like to?
In this circumstance, it's not appropriate because there's no conditions.
Okay.
These are just reasons
for
refusal.
No reasons, so reasons for refusal.
Okay, thank you. So we have a proposer there. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Madison. Are you happy to second, Councillor Madison? Sorry.
I thought my arm registered that, sorry.
Yeah, okay, so you're seconding that. Right, thank you. Okay, so we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Five in favour. Against? Any abstentions? One. Okay, yep, that one is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're just going to have a few minutes whilst we just regroup, which will allow any members of the audience who wish to leave can do so, and we will resume at what, 1:45? Yeah, about 1:45. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're now going to move on to item 6 and resume our agenda. And this is to consider an application for Molly Malones in Paignton. The clerk has confirmed those who have registered to speak upon entry to the meeting. I will therefore ask Mr. Rob Palmer to introduce the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This application is for Molly Malones in Paignton Harbour. It's for the erection of a roof canopy with roof lights and glazing to enclose the existing terrace, the construction of a WC building and a new decking area. And the red line shows the site boundary. Molly Malones is where my cursor is here. It's a cafe with an external seating area at the moment. Red squares onto the Coast Guard building, and that is where the proposed WC would be located. This is an aerial view of that same location. You can see the arrow pointing towards where the site is. That is Molly Malones itself. You can see quite clearly the environs of Paignton Harbour. And then where my cursor is, and it takes up much of the building, that's the Coast Guard hut, where they would propose to put the WC. And then we're just going to have a look at some existing site photos just to get some context before moving into plans and the actual proposed development. This is a view from Roundham Road, looking down at the site towards the harbour itself. You can just make out the sea through there. This is Molly's itself, and this is the existing decked area which provides outdoor seating. You can see here canopies and plastic screening. That's not covered under any kind of formal planning permission. So there's actually the decked area with the glass balustrade just above, which is the approved situation at present. And you can see here the gable end of the Coast Guard building with the chimney breast there, and the proposed WC would be located just below here, roughly where that palm tree and that cursor is there. So moving on to existing site plans. This shows the outline of Molly Malones, and then it extends to the outdoor seating area, an area of decking. And then you have cycle parking here at present, and some planters located over here. This location here is where the proposed WC would go next to the Coast Guard building, currently housing the bins for Molly Malones. And those will be shown on a photograph of the site in a later slide. Moving on to existing elevations. This is looking at Molly Malones straight on, as if your back was turned to the Coast Guard building. This is what you would call the principal front elevation. You can see here we've got timber cladding, we've got slate hung pitched lip to a roof with a flat roof behind, which is actually a felted roof. And then here is the glass balustrade and the decking itself with an access, a stepped access along the side there. You can't see any form of the canopy or the kind of external plastic sheeting. So this shows what the kind of current approved situation is with the site. This is looking at the existing elevation as if you were coming along the coastal path, and we'll run through where the coastal path runs in a later slide. Again, shows the glass balustrade, the raised deck area as existing, and then finally the view from Roundham Road. So the harbour itself is beyond here, and then you can see the extent of the existing built structure and the slight overhang of the roof there as well. Looking towards the Coast Guard building, this elevation here faces the harbour itself. The building is currently in use as a public WCs, which is accessed from doors around here and around here. This west elevation is the road facing elevation, and this gable elevation here would be what you would see if you were in Molly Malones looking towards the building, the Coast Guard building itself. So looking at the actual proposals, the red line covers essentially the exact existing decked area. But what it proposes to do is to build an enclosed structure above the existing decked area, and this shows the roof form. And the roof form would be matching that is existing in Molly Malones, but with the addition of a number of roof lights, which would be set within bitumen felt. and solar panels towards the rear of the property on the existing Malones roof structure, with the proposed WC as a pitched roof, timber-clad structure. In addition to the existing decked area, the cycle parking is proposed to remain as is, but there will be additional decked area just this way across from the existing decked area over here, and this would actually come across this way, where this is a listed building, this is Harbour Lights. And we'll go on to the specific heritage assets at a later slide. With regards to proposed elevations, this is the east elevation, so that front elevation, and you can see where the built structure comes on top and follows the footprint of the existing decking. It comprises timber cladding as existing on mollies, roof form as existing on mollies, but also glazing as well. And the glazing comes in a variety of different forms. So where it's labelled E, that actually responds to a frameless retractable glazing. Where it's labelled F, these are bifold glazed doors. Where it's labelled G, these are elements of fixed glazing. And H is a glazed access door. This elevation here, marked as the north, is the view from the coastal path. It doesn't include the decked area shown in elevation that's proposed to be in addition to the existing decked area. And the bottom elevation, the south elevation from Roundham Road, shows the relationship between the existing mollies, which is this timber-clad element, and you can see the line of the existing roof form there for mollies, and then the proposed extension of the building along on the footprint of the existing decking. So you can see that the ridge height stays the same and the eaves height stays the same as well. Although the height of the building will change, and that will change from 2.9 metres on the existing building to approximately 4.8 metres due to a change in ground levels. And then the proposals for the Coast Guard building, which is proposed to house the WC, which will be used by the customers of Malones. You can see here the elevation that faces the harbour, and we have timber cladding and a slate pitched roof, gable fronted with an access door, and again with timber cladding, and this is set on ground below to the ground on which you access the public toilets a bit further above here, and this would replace the location of the existing bin store. And this just again shows the relationship of the site plan and gives in a bit more detail on the internals and the floor plans. So it shows you where the seating would be achieved and any additional kind of servicing that would be going on in regards to the inside of the proposed cafe and seating area. Moving on to a short list of the neighbourhood plan policies which are most relevant to the proposals. I don't propose to read them out, but that covers the neighbourhood plan, which would be the Paignton neighbourhood plan, and then a list of the relevant local plan policies as well. All of this is covered within the committee report in depth. So then, considering key issues and material considerations, officers have assessed there to be 3 key issues. Number 1 is design, number 2 is impact on heritage assets, and number 3 is the provision of refuse and recycling storage. So this map is from the Roundham and Paignton Harbour Conservation Area Appraisal, and it illustrates really well the plethora of heritage assets that surround the site. So Molly's is where my cursor is here. Up here, and all of those listed in dark blue are Grade 2 listed buildings. So this is Harbour Lights, which is believed to be 17th century. This is Cliff Cottage, which is believed to be 19th century, and then the Paignton kind of working club, which is 19th century as well. Those marked in yellow are key buildings within the conservation area. So the Coast Guard building itself is marked as key building, and the other thatched buildings along here on Roundham Road also marked to be key buildings. And you can't quite make it out, but the walls of the harbour itself, shown in blue here, they're also classed as a Grade 2 listed structure. In addition, within the appraisal, there has been some characterisation of the area, and you can see that those areas here, shown in yellow, those denote open space, an important open space within the conservation area. You can see it encompasses the majority of the harbour. The black dotted line here shows a significant pedestrian link. So this is actually the route of the coastal path, which runs through along the cursor underneath openings within harbour lights, and then you can kind of come up round here with mollies up round here. So all this is all seen as significant open space with a very sensitive pedestrian route with a many high receptor rate due to it being the southwest coastal path. And those outlined in black, which again is slightly bolder, are marked as significant landmarks. So you've got harbour lights, is denoted as significant landmark, but also the Coast Guard building itself as well, just where my cursor is there. And some of these site photos illustrate that quite well. So you can see harbour lights here on the bottom left. You can see the extent of the decking that exists. So the proposed structure would therefore then be placed on top of this footprint with the roof coming out and towards the viewer from this location. The seating here is informal, doesn't have the benefit of planned permission at present, but it demonstrates where the decking, the proposed decking area would go, which would encroach along the facade of harbour lights there, with the coastal path being accessed in this undercroft here, and you can see the kind of black mass there. That's the coastal path that runs up. Again, looking at existing site from Roundham Road, you can see this quite important geological feature behind Mollies at the moment, and then you can see in the building marked as one of the key buildings in yellow behind, rising up from that geological feature, and the other listed building, which was Cliff Cottage in the middle, was actually beyond that, out of view, just where the cursor is over there. This image here shows the change in topography as the site levels gradually slope down towards the harbour itself. And then this is just a further back, closer towards the harbour wall itself. This is a view from Roundham Road, and as mentioned previously, the sheeting and the canopies here don't benefit from any form of planning permission. So you can see where the existing roofline of Mollies is here. So the proposal would take that existing roofline, build that out at the same ridge height around to where that cursor is, and then enclose these elements with glazing and timber cladding. You can see here the view that you get from Roundham Road down towards the harbour, and the harbour is actually denoted as being one of a quaint character, tranquil and quite intimate, which is in comparison to some of the other harbours found along Torbay. Here is shown harbour lights and the seating that they employ in regards to getting outside seating and to serve customers. And this is the view from the coastal path. As you go along the beach, you come along here and you can see harbour lights, which is this light blue building in that background, and you'd go underneath the undercroft there to carry on to Mollies on the other side of that wooded geological feature where that cursor is. And then just some images of the Coast Guard building taken from the road on the top left here, and you can see Mollies just in the background. This image in the middle shows the gable end where a proposed WC would be located, and you can also see on this image to the right of it as well the existing bin store. So this is where the bins are located as part of previous approvals to have an outside seating area for Molly Malones. And then this is just a view of Molly Malones from near the entrance to the public WC at the Coast Guard building. So the officer recommendation is one of refusal for the following reasons. The first reason is for design. And that outlines that the proposed permanence of the structure, massing, expansive glazing and materials are out of character for this location. The proposal will result in an overly dominant relationship with the adjacent pedestrian route and lack an appropriate response to local topography and features that make the site distinctive and attractive, and as such is contrary to policies HE1, SS10 of the local plan and policies PMP1 of the Paignton neighbourhood plan and additional guidance contained within the MPPF. Reason 2 would be overdevelopment, and that is the proposed enclosure and expansion of the seating results in an overbearing impact on the southwest coastal path that runs beside the site, creating a cramped layout and overdeveloped area of the harbour side. As such, the proposed development is contrary to policies HE1, SS10 of the local plan, and PMP1 and PMP1C of the Paignton neighbourhood plan, and again, guidance contained within the MPPF. Reason 3, impact on heritage assets. The poor design, lack of a designated area for refuse and recycling storage, and the impact of overdevelopment would result in a harm to the setting of the identified heritage assets, adversely affecting their special, historic and architectural significance, which fails to sustain or enhance the character and appearance of the Roundham and Paignton Harbour Conservation Area in which it lies. It's therefore contrary to policies HE1, SS10 of the local plan, PMP1 and PMP1C of the Paignton neighbourhood plan, and again, guidance contained within the MPPF. And finally, waste and recycling storage, and that's the proposal would result in the loss of the existing refuse and recycling storage location without adequate provision of an alternative location within the site boundary. As such, the proposed development is contrary to policies DE3 and W1 of the local plan and PMP1 of the Paignton plan and guidance contained within the MPPF. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. I now call on Councillor Chris Lewis to address the meeting. Councillor Lewis, you have 5 minutes and the clerk will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I hope this will be a quicker one than the one before. I'm Councillor Chris Lewis, and included in my portfolio is the portfolio holder for tourism. Set out in the officer's report, the question of planning is the planning balance, and I quote from the report, changes would create a negative impact overall, would not be in keeping with locality. They go on to say the minor public benefit identified is therefore not considered to outweigh the identified level of harm. I disagree with that, and I think the opposite. And it's not only me, it is also the Torbay Harbour Authority that disagree, if you read the report. Mollies has helped to transform what used to be called Paignton's hidden little gem. Paignton Harbour is now thriving. It's still a little gem, but no longer hidden. We now have Mollies, Harbour Light, Crab and Hammer, the Still House, and more establishments around that harbour. Paignton Harbour has been transformed over the past few years and is now a destination that it wasn't. In no small part is due to the presence of Mollies. I don't care what people say, and a lot of media coverage recently, I still believe that Paignton is on the up. And part of that is due to the change in our little gem, Paignton Harbour. So I ask the committee, it's a matter of choice, it's a matter of individual, but be brave, be positive, and tonight, you have to make another difficult decision. Vote for approval on this application and put confidence in what has happened at Paignton Harbour. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. If you'd like to take your seat. I now call Mr. Hank Hendrickson to address the meeting in support of the application. You have 5 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you. Our comments are not specific to planning policy, but more general responses to the issues raised by the planning officer within their report. It is accepted that Mollies will increase the perceived mass. The proposals will increase the perceived massing of Mollies. Although we would argue that Molly's being situated to the rear of the open harbourside space in front of a cliff, it will not impact on the open and spacious nature of the harbourside, where pedestrians in this area do not have to follow a defined route across the open space of the harbourside. The plan officer states that the kiosk would mask existing features of the site that have already been identified as making the location distinctive and attractive. We would contest that the existing kiosk already masks these features and that the roof canopy would not increase the masking of any existing features. The plan officer raised the issue regarding impact on the neighbouring listed Harbour Lights restaurant building. We would argue that this would relate only to the part of the building which is the southwest neighbouring Molly's, which is only utilised for storage purposes at ground floor, supplementary to the main restaurant part of the building. The stairs to the Harbour Lights, we understand, are for fire escape purposes only and will not be impacted on by the proposals. The area is currently utilised for informal seating by Molly's, as it was considered dead space within the harbour setting. The proposed low-level decking will formalise and utilise this dead space to provide much-needed additional seating for Molly's on good weather days where there is a significant increase in visitors to the harbour area. We do not consider this low-level decking to have any significant impact on the appearance or visual aspect of the Harbour Lights building, although if the decking is deemed unacceptable, it could be omitted from the proposals. The plan officer raised the issue regarding refuse storage. We accept that this is not indicated on the current proposal drawings. Since receiving the officer's report, the applicant has discussed an alternative location for refuse storage with the harbour master. It would be proposed that this could be to the east of the toilet block within an enclosed structure to help these be hidden away from public view, which we consider to be an improvement on the existing situation where the refuse storage occupies a prominent visual position within the harbour setting. As such, we would request that should other elements of the proposals be considered acceptable, a deferment or condition to provide further details on refuge storage be allowed. The planning officer highlights any public benefit is considered to be limited, although there may be some minor benefit in regard to local economy and tourism offer. We believe this is somewhat of an underestimation in terms of the benefit the proposals will have on not only tourism to the harbour, but also for the local population, where a huge number of people regard Molly's as the catalyst for the turnaround in visitors to the harbour. It should not be forgotten that Paignton Harbour was an overlooked area of the town in decline and certainly not attracting many visitors. We believe Molly's, in conjunction with Harbour Lights, have changed this trajectory, with the harbour now attracting other retail restaurant businesses such as the Crab and Hammer, the Steel House to open, whereby now the harbour is often a vibrant setting with many visitors. We believe supporting these local businesses to improve their facilities and customer experience will provide huge benefit to the town and local economy. If you were to visit Molly's social media platforms, you will see that there is a huge amount of public support for the proposals, both from locals and visitors alike. Unfortunately, this did not get conferred by supporting comments on the planning portal, although some more have now been provided. It soon became clear after reopening Molly's that due to the changeable weather we experienced in the UK, with this area experiencing 124 rainy days on average per year, that some form of shelter from the weather was essential. It would just not be a viable business without any form of covering. The applicant has made do with temporary covering and closing for some time now, but the solution is not suitable for the long term. The plan officers highlighted themselves that this existing arrangement is of poor quality. As such, proposals have been submitted for a more permanent solution to the problem, which we see as a requirement not only to improve the facility itself, but also to improve the harbour setting from the current situation. The planning officer comments that the same benefits could be achieved through a less and more sensitive scheme. We would argue that the proposals are essentially an extension of the previously approved design for the kiosk itself, and so it appeared only rational to reflect this architectural style within proposals for the canopy roof.
1 minute remaining.
The roof canopy, with its partially pitched roof with a slate tile finish, is stepped to respond to the topography of the site, reflects the roof type finishes the immediate context, whilst the massing is minimised as far as possible. Enclosing the perimeter with frameless bifold glass will minimise the visual impact of the proposals, allowing the canopy to seemingly float above the decking and reduce the appearance of the proposal appearing to be a permanent building as such. A further driver for the proposal is to create a soundproof structure visiting musicians and bands, which have been proven to be hugely popular with visitors and locals. By providing a solid roof canopy structure and glass enclosure to the decking area, noise dispersion from these events and noise more generally will be massively reduced, providing great benefit to nearby residents. In conclusion, I don't think it can be underestimated the positive impact Molly's had on Paignton Harbour. We believe that the proposals will further this positive impact through a much improved establishment in terms of design and benefit to the harbour, by protecting the local amenity of residents, improving the visual appeal of the harbour, but perhaps most importantly...
Thank you, Mr. Hendrickson. Your 5 minutes are up. Thank you very much. If you'd like to take your seat. Committee members, I will now invite questions to the planning officer. Please may I remind members questions should only cover factual matters not raised in the presentation. Are there any members wishing to ask the officer a question? Thank you. Councillor Vardy.
The storage of the bins east of the block of toilets, where is that? And that wasn't demonstrated today earlier.
So, as I believe it, that was from conversations with the Harbour Authority rather than the Planning Authority. So that would be the first that we've heard of a possible location east of the toilet. It would be, I'm assuming, and I feel like I've said this a lot, where my cursor is. My question would be, from a practical perspective, would that still be within the red line? And also, what impact would that possibly have on the Coast Guard building as a landmark building, where its kind of isolation within the harbour is one of its key important characteristics?
I still can't visualise that, but the bins, the toilet that's going to be located there, cannot the business provide a key to the public toilets and keep that area as a bin area? And also have it as a sheltered bin area because it looks ghastly at the moment?
I wouldn't profess to know whether a key for the public toilets was a possibility. I don't believe it's been mentioned within the planning application as being a possibility. And were you to substitute the proposed WC for a bin store there, would be a substantially different scheme to what is proposed before you.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Councillor Billings.
Hello, Rob. Can you just talk to me a little bit about whether some of these issues, such as this bin store, were explored with the applicant? Because it seems we're hearing information for the first time in the presentation we've just had. Could you help us a little bit about previous conversations, please?
The bin store, I think the agent would agree that's the first we've heard of it from a planning authority perspective. Yes. Yeah. I have to confess I wasn't the case officer for this one, so I haven't been party to any ongoing negotiations that haven't been formalised and uploaded as part of the case file. The situation as I see it in front of me is a set of plans has been submitted. I don't know what negotiation or conversations had through the life of that application, but the agent would have been informed of the recommendation. And we are here at committee in order to determine the plans in front of us. So I'm afraid I can't re-answer that question, not being the case officer myself. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Councillor Madison.
Okay. Just a point of clarity, can we ask if those bins actually are all related to the business, Molly Malones, or whether they are they're used by other businesses in the area?
So I believe from our site visit today, there's a total of 3 bins there, 2 red and 1 blue. I'm not sure how the total number is served by Molly's. I know that Harbour Lights has its own bin storage area, so therefore I'm assuming that they won't be using that area in addition. Without any further knowledge, I would have to assume the worst case scenario that all 3 are potentially Molly's.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more questions? Councillor Toshard, I can see you urging there.
It's a little bit difficult, isn't it, when we're presented with some information which we hadn't heard before, and I know from our site visit this morning that probably the location of the bins was actually quite important, because if they're going to be moved from where they currently are, unsightly though they are, I have to say, in that location, you know, one of my concerns was, where are those bins going to go? And now we've heard that there is a solution, but I'm not quite sure that we're going to be able to find out what that solution is. It would be taking it on trust. We're unable to ask, aren't we, I think, for that information.
I've just checked with the officers, and I think, can I just, let's ask them the question.
Sorry. Okay.
I was just talking to Mr. Edmondson, but if it's about clarification, I think the committee does, on occasion, ask for some clarification from the applicant, but clearly that should be limited, and it's not a debate between officers and the applicant. And officers, if the committee wants clarification, possibly the appropriate way would be to adjourn the meeting. But in general, the officers should respond to the questions without consultation with either the applicant or members of the audience. Madam Chair, we can adjourn to clarify the position, but I think we need to be very clear what requires clarification, because I don't think that we would want to do that more than once. So I think we need to be clear on what the committee want clarified, and the officer, we could have an adjournment and the officer can see whether there is any clarification on that.
Okay, well, I think it might be beneficial to members if we did just for a couple of minutes. And so, yep, so literally just a couple of minutes and we'll just adjourn. Thank you. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we have the extra information that we need, and I will ask Mr. Edmondson if he can give us a further update. Thank you.
We'll bring it up on the screen in a moment, but thank you, Madam Chairman, for allowing me to do that. The agreement that's been reached with the Harbour Master is to position the bins around the corner from where the where the new toilet block is to go, on that eastern elevation, which we can show was on the red cursor is showing on there. But at the moment, that is outside the red line application site, so we couldn't condition that or control it. The better route to this, potentially, depending on how you're minded to go with the application, is that red line is revised, amended to increase the site area. And then you'd have to reconsult just for 21 days, but we could try and bring that back as soon as possible to planning committee. It's not an ideal situation, and in many ways, officers might just say, look, what's in front of you can't be approved, you should refuse it. But if you're minded to go with it, that is a way forward. It might also give us the opportunity as well to get a bit more clarity on the point that Councillor Tolchard just mentioned about that area, the decked area down the side there near the air conditioning unit. Because that also didn't have a lot of information on the elevations, and we could seek further information for that as to how that's going to look. But at the moment, there is an agreement, a revised position for the waste storage, but it's outside the application site. So.
Thank you, Mr. Edmondson, for that clarification. Do we have any more members' questions for the officers? Okay, no more questions, so I think we'll go to debate. Who would like to start the debate? Councillor Billings, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'd make the overall comment that, from my perspective, the extent of the harm on this isn't, in my view, significant enough to convince me that this is a clear-cut case of refusal. And I say that recognising I do think there's an element of harm. I genuinely do. I don't think what we've got in front of us is the best possible proposal that could have addressed the needs of the business either. But I don't see that that there's a level of harm that in this case that, in my eyes, necessarily tips this to a situation where we need a refusal. But then I expressed that opinion on a previous application, and members didn't agree with me, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Councillor Pentney.
Yeah, I have some sympathy with that position, absolutely, because reading the report and stuff like the Harbour Master and knowing the area quite well as well, and if you've been to Harbour Light and the generation you've seen in this area, you then kind of look, there's actually a recommendation for refusal, and understand the reasons why it's come to committee, being a council-owned asset. But yeah, I'm in two minds about this one, because whilst I'd say the application's far from perfect, to just kind of echo Councillor Billings, I'm not convinced the harm outweighs the good. So I'll be interested to hear from other colleagues on this one, because I remain undecided as things stand.
Thank you. Councillor Fox.
My main concern, I think, is the view from Roundham Road, the elevation that way. It does potentially block out a significant view of the harbour. I think that's the difficulty I find myself in. I'm still grappling, and I understand the points have been made and that Councillor Lewis has made, and obviously economy is important, nobody's denying that. But whether there is some way of getting round that quite big impact you get looking from Roundham Road at Malones.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Councillor Tolchard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree really with Councillor Billings that although the sort of extension as it exists at the moment is quite large, I don't think that it impinges too much on that amenity area. But people sort of almost tended, before that, was actually there to walk, you know, through the archway at Harbour Light and sort of almost walk straight up. Their concentration would be across the road, where across that area where the huts for booking your fishing boats and things are situated. I think there was a slight lack on the plans there, and also the lack of information when we went to the site about the area, the open area at the bottom, which I think is probably best termed an informal seating area with a couple of tables and umbrellas. And I don't think that appears in detail on the plans. So it would be interesting to know exactly what the proposals are for that particular site, in addition to you know, the area that is enclosed at the moment, and I think my view would be that making it a more permanent structure would probably be better than the temporary arrangements you've got there now. And I think that was probably an overspill from the COVID era when that area was covered in, and it's just sort of remained there. So to formalise it in one way, I think would be a good idea. But I think there's a bit of a lack of information on this particular application, and if by bringing it back again, I'm never one particularly for wanting to delay stuff, but it would give us, you know, the right information, and also by then would it be possible to a planning application would have to go in to redraw the red line, I assume, and how long would that take?
The application can be amended to extend the red line. Obviously, there's a degree to which that's acceptable. It will need to be re-advertised and reconsulted on the basis of the extended red line.
Thank you for that. But just to clarify, in order to move the bins to somewhere else, permission needs to be sought, not just from the harbour master, who's kindly said the bins can be put there. It has to be formalised.
Yes.
That was a question, sorry, not a statement. Yeah.
And then we could put a planning condition on there to secure that site.
Thank you, Councillor Tolchard. Any more questions? Oh, sorry, any more debate? Not any more questions. Councillor Vardy?
Just about the bottom end of by the walkway, the development in that area. I feel it infringes on the 17th century building there with the air conditioning as well. And also the views, as Councillor Mike hinted to here, having stood up there, it does destroy the view of the bay and the harbour area, and looking up as well has the same impact. And you know, and becoming a permanent structure, you know, I can't sit very comfortable with that. Even now with the brollies up, you know, it doesn't look very nice at all with the plastic sheeting around it, the plastic windows. The open area looks much better. I know it's contributing to the local economy, but how much do you destroy the heritage and the spaciousness of that area?
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Thank you, Councillor Maddison.
I have to say, I think that I'm in support of finding a solution for Malones, because I think it's demonstrated that there is a clear economic benefit to the area. I suppose to a degree I think that the immediate environment has already been slightly degraded from a sort of pristine heritage one by the ticket officers and the busyness of business. So I'm confident that we can find a solution for it. It's a shame, I would say, that opportunities to confer on what would be most likely the best solution for the business might have been missed. I'm not standing in the way of this right now. I don't think it's optimum. I don't know if there's another way to manage the discussion so that we can not delay them too long. But I have now shared my thoughts, I think, on this. I don't want to stand in the way of the business. I think that I think I've said what I want to say, which is basically I think that we can find a way to help the business in that environment. I'm not sure this is the best way, and is there some way that it can be managed in the short delay that there is? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Madison. Any other debate? Councillor Vardy?
Just picking up on Councillor Madison's points, I think there needs to be a better solution to the way the extension is built. Try not to impact too much on the views and also on the heritage building site there. So there needs to be some adjustments made. There's public bins where the temporary tables are placed, public bins, and also where the commercial waste is stored, there's a public bin there. I think that can be managed a lot better. But I think it should have less impact than it is at the moment. I'm all for the development of the business and the live music and everything, which will contribute to the local area and the economy in general in Torbay.
Thank you, Councillor Vardy. Over to Councillor Billings.
I was just wondering through you, Madam Chair, whether I can explore with Councillor Vardy his thoughts on that regard. In the previous application, when we came to trying to identify the reasons, we were at a very late stage, both discussing the principle on the site and then the specific proposed design. And are your concerns related to the specific proposed design or the principle of something that's more enclosed on that site, please?
Councillor Vardy?
Maybe the design at the top end, Round Hill Road, so you're not impacting on the views over the harbour and the sea. Maybe that area can be changed. And the walkway area, I think the decking, I don't know how high it was mentioned, but as you're walking through the walkway, it'd be a huge structure on your right-hand side or left-hand side, whichever way you're walking. It should remain airy as possible around that area. And there's also steps leading up to on the side of that building as well. I don't know how those would be impacted as well. I think that the area within the decking, you know, that's had the permission, so I think the top end could be thinned down a bit so the views aren't impacted, and the bottom end as well.
Thank you. Councillor Billings, you wish to reply?
So my views on some of this is, in an ideal world, I wouldn't want to enclose as much of the views from the road down into the harbour as we've got, but much of the views are enclosed because of the decking is located where it is. And the paraphernalia that's on top of the decking, not necessarily a structure built on top of it to provide it year-round weather use. Certainly from the walkway down below, viewed from, if you were coming from the beach, the proposed decking is 2 steps up. It's not the continuation of that high-level decking that we saw on site. It's sort of 2-step up decking at a much lower level. Personally, I do understand the concerns. I do think there are better solutions in terms of the design aesthetic, but I don't have a concern personally in relation to the site area being occupied. That would be perhaps a difference on us. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Any other debate from members? Okay, thank you very much. In that case, do we have a proposal? Councillor Paignton.
I'm happy, from what I hear, obviously everyone kind of wants something, but we're trying to design it literally by committee as we go. And I think there's too many different things going on for us to realistically ask for a deferral, because for a nice deferral you want really something specific and pinned down, so we can't do that. Nor, I think, can we collectively get to a place where all these things are met by condition either. So that leaves us with refusal as per the officer's report, unless I'm happy to take that off the table if someone can persuade me otherwise what other options we have. Because remember, refusal isn't saying this is terrible, we hate it, go away. We'd very much hope that they'd resubmit, as often comes along, and they'd take on some of the feedback shared this afternoon, this evening, and come back, work with officers, ideally with something that officers can put a recommendation for approval for, and then in a subsequent committee meeting would satisfy everything we're looking for. So I will, in the interest of moving the meeting on, move refusal as per the officer's report. Like I said, I'll take that off the table if I can be persuaded whatever option we have. I think there's a lot of promise in this. I want to see that area develop further than it has. But right now, you know, we're kind of limited in option unless colleagues can persuade me otherwise. So I move refusal as per the recommendation in the officer report.
Thank you, Councillor Paignton. So we have a proposal on the table for refusal. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Darling. Sorry, are you seconding the proposal? Okay, thank you very much. All in favour of the refusal, please show your hands. That's 3, thank you. Sorry, I beg your pardon. 4. Can't count. Okay. I've got 3 as well. Yeah, that's fine. And all against, thank you. So we're all against. We're against. Gosh, but it's been a long day.
3, 4. 4 against.
That's 4 against. Any abstentions? 1. Okay, I believe that I have the casting vote on that, and I'm against it, sorry, the proposal on the table, so that is not carried. So we do need another proposer for Yep, sorry. Whoopsie. Councillor Tolshard.
Can I just be clear? Is it open to us then to propose deferment in order to have the red lines redrawn, as it were, amended? Within that, perhaps the applicant, is there an opportunity then for the applicant to take on board some of the remarks that have been made? But at the very least, we do have the option to defer in order to allow the plans to be amended in order to include the bin arrangements agreed or approved by the harbour master. So if that's the case, then may I may I propose that the application be deferred in order those lines to be redrawn?
Thank you. I'll bring Mr Edmondson in on this to reply.
Of course, that's within your remit to propose deferral, as we had on the last committee agenda, to seek some amendments to a scheme. This is wider, I suppose, because this is to enlarge the site area and show where the bins would be. It would allow you an opportunity to get some more detail for that bottom sort of section. But fundamentally, there's some comments here about the scale of the proposal itself, and you've got to be clear on why you're deferring it, and that could be one element of it, that you'd like the applicant to look again at the design of the structure there, because ultimately it's the fact that it comes out to the fullest extent of the existing decking area that makes it that massing. And if it were to be scaled back in some way, so there was some open decking area and a smaller section of building, a lightweight modern structure, that might be more acceptable to some of the members around this committee. But I know we commented earlier about designing at committee, and which we want to tend to avoid. But I mean, you've got to give some indication to the applicant the reason you're deferring it. But certainly that bin storage solution is one key element. But I think there's a bit more than that, by the sound of it, that we could do with in the meantime.
So, Councillor Tolshard, are you happy just to go with the bin element?
The other option is to refuse it, and then that gives the applicant the option of...
We've just had refusal, and it's voted down.
Sorry?
We've just had voted on the refusal, and that was voted down.
Okay.
So obviously we're either looking for referral...
Well, I would propose deferral in order for the lines to be redrawn to cover the alternative bin arrangements. I personally am not so exercised as some members, I think, maybe are about the actual scale. So I can't know. Right. Well, I propose then that we defer in order to amend the plans to incorporate the bin store in arrangements.
Okay, thank you very much. So do we have a seconder? Oh, yeah. Councillor Joyce, you're happy to second the bin amendment. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll go to the vote. Sorry.
Just ask a question, Chair, on this.
We were just going to go to the vote.
Well, are we voting on the basis of just the bin storage change?
Yes,
we are. And not on design?
No. Councillor Tolshard actually didn't agree with the fact that the design was, she was just happy to go for the bin amendment. Yeah. Go for the bins. No, go for the bin amendment. So that is what the proposal is on the table, as I believe. So, yeah. Yep, absolutely no problem. Councillor Pentney.
So we very much, I fear, made a rod for our own back by pushing refusal off the table, because now the options of, as I mentioned, the reason why I put refusal was to, not because I didn't like it, but it's a lot cleaner that way. This way, it's as awkward deferral, it doesn't please anyone. So we're a bit of an awkward compromise. We may be better, actually, ironically, just granting it approval and I'll ask the officers and hopefully the applicants heard and take on our comments, because we have made a rod for our own back. I may well support a deferral, but again, not teaching anyone to suck eggs, but we just made a rod for our own backs when we could have been a nice clean refusal, and the applicant comes back. Now it's a bit messy, so I guess I'm moaning a bit.
That's no problem, but obviously it was yourself who did put refusal on the table, so that was what members voted on. Okay, so I believe we have a proposer and a seconder for the bin amendment, so I think we will go to the vote on that one. And all in favour of... Thank you. Okay, that's 5 members. And against? None. And abstain? 4. Okay, so that's all in favour of deferral. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item 7. This is to consider an application for 43 Thatcher Avenue in Torquay. The clerk has confirmed those who have registered to speak upon entry to the meeting. I will therefore ask Mr. David Edmondson to introduce the application. Thank you.
My assistant hadn't rushed over to get the presentation open, but I'm almost there. It's just taking a moment to open. That's the one.
Yep. Oh, he's done it, go. That's the one you want?
Yep.
There we go. There you are. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, this application will be familiar to majority of you. Not everyone was at the last committee, so I will need to quickly run through the details of the application. It's at 43 Thatcher Avenue in Torquay. It's returning following that deferral from the July committee. We did do a site visit that day as well, but for some members that weren't on that previous panel, then there's a bit more detail now. So it was deferred because members felt that it had the current design had a detrimental impact on the street scene as a result of the massing and the height of the proposed structure. So the application was deferred and gave the developer the opportunity to go away and amend the application, particularly the thickness of the floor and the ceiling in terms of insulation, and they've managed to achieve that, which we'll go through in a moment. So the next image is just the aerial shot. You can see here 43 Thatcher Avenue, 41 higher up and 45 lower down, and behind Widstone close at the back there. We are looking at an application to create an element. Oh, it's not showing on the screen. No. Apologies for that. As I was just mentioning, 45 one above and 41 below the application site. For those that have been to the site, you recall we parked opposite the building and cut up the side entrance here and ran to the side. So at the moment, garage beneath and single-storey structure above. Moving along, quite a big footprint on the site. It's had various alterations and extensions in the past. We stood around in the back of the building and looked in this patio, looked at the relationship between the properties behind and both 45 and 41 in terms of the difference in levels. Moving on, These are the existing elevations as the building looks at the moment, and that's the area at the back of the property that the members stood in terms of doing the site visit. And then the existing floor plans. You can see alterations and extensions occurred in the past over on this side here with storeroom, ensuite facilities and a bedroom rather. And then there's a flat roof hidden in the central section of the building, and that's predominantly where the alterations and extension are to take place to the building. And so this is the proposed layout. It includes this extension on this was the previous one which came in front of you last time round. And Councillor Billings and others pointed out the disproportionate sort of depth in this section here from the creating the floor area for the balcony and for the top story, and also the height of the extension. And the message was to go away and seek to reduce the amount of or to get insulation to the thickness that would allow it to be approved by building regulations, but not to have such a thick section between the first floor and this new extension. On the rear, there was an issue to do with glazing of the windows, and those have been amended. All but one are now obscure glazed, apart from the landing light, which is shown on this next image. So I'm not sure how clear that is, but the purple dotted line there is the previous height indicated for what was at your previous meeting, and now the new proposed height, so a reduced height there from the section of the existing bungalow, and then reduced height of the proposed extension on the top. The overall reductions in height are in total just under 0.6 of a metre, so a fair reduction. The overall height is now 8.35 metres in height. So there was a 28 centimetre reduction on one section, and then a 22 centimetre reduction on the section above. They've used that compressed insulation material that now allows you to do thinner sections between, and the glazing has been obscured, as I mentioned on the back. So those three, the darker shown windows, are all obscure glazed. And the hallway landing stair is left as a previous window as shown. So we've reduced those internal floor areas, reduced the thickness of those, and the first floor parapet, and created a lower section of the building. And now, in terms of elevational side elevations, there was always that obscure high-level window on the side elevation, northeast and southwest sides. But now you can see a reduction further in the height, giving quite a less obtrusive sort of section on the top of the property there. And I think a good solution has come from that. The previous roof plan just gives an indication of how that space is to be used. And the current floor plan showing the terrace area. That stairwell window is in the central section there, and the other windows are obscured to the bathroom and to the back of that bedroom space there. And one elevation, that was the previous street scene, and now reduced further to show the difference in height and better proportions of the building itself. And I think the image we looked at considerably last time was the section through. That was the previous scheme that you saw last month with thickness of the ceiling and of the wall there, the floor between the two stories, considerable distance. And now that reduction by 220 and by 280 millimetres respectively to create that smaller section between. So from our point of view as officers, we now support this application and recommend it for approval. These were the images of the site from those that didn't go previously. Sorry, you can see a little flat roofed extension that had happened previously, and the relationship between number 41 beneath, and then looking the other way up to 45 behind this property here, and across to the property on the other side of Thatcher Avenue on that elevation there. the issues with the development, the principle of developments within flood zone 1, the impact on visual character of the area, and on the residential amenity of adjoining properties, ecology, flood risk, and highway sustainability, all of which we consider have been addressed satisfactorily. And the local plan policies were DE1, 3, 5, and ER1 and NC1 on biodiversity and geodiversity. And I think on the neighbourhood plan, particularly the established architecture point. So our recommendation was that the application should be approved with the conditions outlined in the report, the final drafting of conditions to be delegated to Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, and any other material considerations that come forward. But I've tried to keep that really brief because of the length of the meeting, but I hope that gives you an understanding of what's changed on the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edmondson. I call Mr. Kevin Salter to address the meeting excuse me, against the application. You have 5 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Thank you. I believe that you may not be aware of the order of some of the slides, so obviously we will be quite lenient and allow you time to go through them, because you may not, as I say, you may not be aware of, because I believe we put them together for you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. The Local Government Association states, probity in planning is about ensuring that decisions on plan making and planning applications are undertaken on behalf of communities in a fair, impartial, democratic and transparent way. Mr. Edmondson has enthusiastically promoted the merits of his proposal for about 15 minutes, whilst paying scant regard to the sincere and genuine concerns of the objectors. I will try to evaluate them in 5 minutes. We have not been permitted to display a model which we consider undemocratic. The model would have clearly highlighted key concerns: the tight fit of the immediate properties, the massing impact on the street scene, the effects of privacy for houses at the rear, and the generalised blocking and domineering effect. Mr. Edmondson is saying that there would be no or little impact of the above. We are saying the opposite. How can the committee now fairly and democratically evaluate these polar opposites? The proposed project has engendered a lot of opposition. The plans have been amended 3 times, but the amendments have not modified the objectors. The original design was described as a shoebox stuck on top of an already overdeveloped site. Mr. Edmondson described the present property as a mishmash of roof styles. Despite the architect reducing the ridge height, the anterior ridge remains the same, therefore still disproportionately dominates the street scene in violation of DE5 Para 2. Aerial topography demonstrates the present overdevelopment and emphasises the very close proximity to other properties, as you can see on the slide. Opaque windows are not opaque when opened. The proposals will have a direct line of sight to the private spaces, the bedrooms and gardens of 8 and 10 Woodbourne Close. The reduction in floor to ceiling from 2.3 to 2.1 metres results in the high-rise window that Mr. Edmondson has previously stated becoming mid-height windows, affecting the privacy of surrounding properties. Outlook and light. We accept that views are a privilege of location and affordability. 43 already enjoy spectacular views. Mr. Edmondson stated previously, why wouldn't you want to make use of these views? We find it unacceptable that priority over the views of one property should be to the detriment to the views and light of other properties, a biased comment and against LGA guidelines. DE3. Developments should be designed for future residents and not impact on neighbouring and surrounding uses. So, serial 1. The impact of noise, visual intrusion, overlooking and privacy and light. Serial 3. Scale and nature of use, specifically where it would be overbearing. 4. Impacts on existing living conditions. The proposal violates all of the above under DE3. DE5. Extensions to domestic dwelling will be permitted where 1. The plot is large enough without cramped or overdevelopment. The extension would not dominate or have adverse effects on the character or the appearance of the original property or any neighbouring properties on the street scene. 3. The extension will not cause harm to nearby properties, for example, overlooking, overbearing impact, loss of light and loss of privacy. The proposal violates all of the above under DE5. Urban Design Code, Section 4. Development should relate to the surrounding build environment in terms of height and massing. You've discussed massing constantly today, and this proposal exceeds any duration on massing. The arrangement, volume and shape of the building, the impact on the views, vistas and skylines of other buildings, the height of ridge, overall height in the street space, the relation to the street scene and the rhythm and harmony. The proposal violates all of the above. The houses in this location are very close to each other, and overdevelopment of one house has disproportionate effect on the others. The brutal design of this proposal is flawed from the outset, and the modifications to the original design, by reducing it slightly, have not sufficiently altered the basic concept. I am most grateful to the committee for considering these genuine concerns, and I would urge refusal of this proposal. A footnote. The Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities 2020 Planning White Paper was written to correct the much misunderstood provision for deemed planning consent. The National Model Code was written. Our current planning system is discretionary. Policies are worded in general terms and planning applications are negotiated between architects, clients, planning officers and their committees. A system based on coding removes much of this discretion. The whole point of the code is clear and binary. It uses words like
Thank you,
must.
Mr. Salter.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you both very much. I now call Dr. Rodney Horder on behalf of the Torquay Neighbourhood Plan Forum. You have 5 minutes and the clerk will let you know when you have just 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you. This statement has been agreed by the steering group of the Torquay Neighbourhood Plan Forum. The Forum was unable to attend the July meeting of the Planning Committee owing to travel arrangements, but we were pleased that the application was deferred to allow some modifications to the design. The tendency to replace pitched roofs with structures that look like shipping containers is detrimental to the general street scene and building facades of the area. The Forum is extremely concerned about this application being heard at the Planning Committee meeting today for the following reasons. To assist members of the Planning Committee to fully appreciate the implications of this proposal, and to assist one Planning Committee member who is understood to be visually impaired, Kevin Salter, a neighbouring objector, has commissioned the manufacture of a 3D scale model of the proposed development of the property at a cost of £3,000 from a company in London. Because of the late submission on 3rd of August of revised final drawings for the modifications to the property, the model could only be completed a few days ago. 4 weeks is the time usually allowed for review of planning applications, giving a cut-off date of the 31st of August. Kevin contacted the planning department of Torbay Council and was told that they needed to verify and check the accuracy of the model. Despite offering to submit the model on Tuesday 22nd of August for verification, his request for the model to be presented at the Planning Committee meeting has been refused. In response to the revised planning drawings submitted by the applicant, and having had to drive to London and back to collect the 3D model, Kevin sent his presentation and visual aids which he wishes to be presented at the Planning Committee meeting. These were submitted at 00:28, just after midnight on Thursday 24th of August, and hence the time to provide the 2 clear working days required. However, he was told then that the visual aids cannot be accepted, but it would appear perhaps that the slides have now been presented. In consequence of these overall situations, the Forum believes it would be wrong to allow this planning application to be considered today and requests that the matter is adjourned to a subsequent meeting. This is because late changes to the crucial details of building heights in the application delayed finalisation of the 3D model, and it's not been allowed to be presented. Visual aids have been disallowed and there's some uncertainty surrounding them. So in these circumstances, any decision reached today will have been made without all of the facts being presented. This is against the very principle of fairness and justice, and any decision reached could potentially be unsound. In the interest, therefore, of fairness, justice, transparency and democracy in decision-making on planning matters, the Forum requests that consideration of this matter is deferred to a subsequent meeting. This will allow sufficient time for a proper consideration by all the members of the evidence presented on the applicant's design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horder. I now call Mr. Sean Davey of PMR Architecture to address the meeting in support of the application. You have 5 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the committee for opening the dialogue to enable us to revise the designs to come up with a proposal which fits more, which benefits the built environment. We always feel open dialogue is the best way forward. As Mr. David Edmondson outlined, we've reduced the overall height of the building by just over 0.5 metre, so 508 millimetres, and reduced the eaves height of the balcony by 447 millimetres. Because this is also the second floor, the first floor is set back into the site, this reduction is increased even further because you look at it from a lower visual vantage point, looking up at the building, and the first floor will recede into the background. As Mr. Edmondson also mentioned, we revised the insulation type, allowing this reduction in height. It's worth noting that in the last committee meeting, Councillor Billings noted that other balconies in the area don't necessarily have such a thick build-up. This is part of the building regs, in that a new build, you have more flexibility to compensate with your insulation, whereas on a renovation project such as this, you are fixed to certain thermal values, where you have less ability to compensate. And the proposed insulation material is harder to come by, so there is an increased cost for the applicants, and also there is limited quantities available, so isn't necessarily available to every project. But in this instance, we felt it is a benefit to the built environment and the wider area to use this. So there's been comments regarding the visual appearance of the building. There's similar modern contemporary dwellings featuring flat roofs, white render, aluminium profiles at number 28A Thatcher Avenue, number 28 Thatcher Avenue, number 2 Widbourne Close, and most relevantly, number 64 Widbourne Avenue. This is a very similar scheme in that it was previously a pitch roof domestic building, where that pitch roof has been replaced by a pod-like structure for a first floor extension with a glass balcony, creating a terraced area at that first floor level. So the proposal is not dissimilar to numerous other proposals or existing buildings within the local area, nor is the architectural quality in general of Widbourne Close that of previously mentioned project applications at this committee meeting. So there's no listed buildings. The buildings in general are circa 1960s residential buildings, which have been extended and renovated through numerous different methods throughout the years, leading to not one single overriding architectural style. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you, Mr. Davey, if you'd like to take your seat. So, committee members, I will now invite questions to the planning officer. Please may I remind members, questions should only cover factual matters not raised in the presentation. Are there any members wishing to ask a question? Thank you, Councillor Fox.
Could I ask the officers to comment on the objector's point that there is direct line of sight to numbers 8 and 10 Widbourne Avenue, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. I'll just go back a couple of images in terms of the floor plan. We did do some dimensions just to look at the distances between those properties in Widbourne at the back. So probably on the aerial shot, is that coming up on the screen? Yep. Or to 8 and 10 at the back here, over 23 metres away, 23.65. So from our point of view, that separation is in excess of our standard sort of 21 metres. And we've now got 3 of the windows obscure glazed, and one being the stairwell landing. And then from the front elevation, I think you've seen it's an acute angle looking to 45 and 41 into their front gardens, but not into habitable room spaces. So I don't believe there's an overlooking issue on the front elevation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Edmondson. Does that answer your question? Thank you, Councillor Fox. Councillor Pentney, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard the Speaker suggest that even though the glass would be obscured in at least one of the windows, it could be opened and therefore kind of negating that obscuring quality. Do you have that level of detail in terms of how and if that window opens fully, thus compromising potential privacy issues?
There is the potential to seek a further condition to seek a restricted opening potentially on the bathroom. I don't think we'd want to do that on the bedroom space, so I think that's unreasonable. But also the distances are involved as such that we wouldn't consider that to be an unacceptable distance for overlooking. And we're on completely different levels here as well from the back of the site. And as when we walked on the site as well, there's a good tree screening between the boundaries of the properties at the back and this application.
Thank you. Councillor Darling, you have a question?
Yeah, Madam Chair, just quickly, can I just ask what the logistics are for not actually having the model here for me to feel? The clerk did advise me about 10 days ago there would be a model here, which would have been extremely helpful. Do you know, David, what happened with that?
Okay, I think you were given the opportunity. The clerk has just informed me. But we had to stay with electronic as it was part of the Constitution. Thank you.
Where is that in the Constitution, just so I can know personally? It's in the planning Constitution, is it? It's only because I've had models before and it's been very, very helpful.
No, if I may, it's in the local protocol process for it, so it refers to electronic visual presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Billings.
Thank you very much. David Evanson, could you assist a little bit? The opening windows that are referred to, are they top hung or side pivot?
Image. if they are side hung, then there is the potential for us to put a restricted opening on those. So is that coming up on the
If I assist, I couldn't see any triangles on any of the glazing, which would normally indicate where it was hinged from.
Yeah. I can't answer that, but I would imagine they'd be top hung, in which case that would be less likely to be impactful on the adjoining properties, but it doesn't indicate it on the drawing there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pentney, I believe you have a further question.
Madam Chair, it actually goes back to, the point that Councillor Darling made about the model, because you said those aids should be electronic only, but we had a speaker on an earlier application who used props. Was that an oversight?
Yeah, we actually weren't aware that that was going to be used, so it wasn't an oversight. It was the gentleman used it as part of his speech, and we were not aware of it beforehand. Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions to the officer? Okay, in that case then I will invite a debate amongst the members. Do we have anybody who'd like to lead off the debate? Thank you. Councillor Pentney.
Thank you, Madam. I'd very much like to hear, this is a deferred application. I'd like to hear from those members that moved deferral last time round to see if this satisfies the things that they identified for their reasons for refusal in the first instance. I think that's the best way to proceed with the debate.
Thank you. I believe, Councillor Billings, you were the member who deferred. Would you like to reply?
Thank you very much both for the invitation. So from my perspective, in relation to the point that I had concerns over, and I appreciate other members may have different concerns, but in relation to the point that I moved the adjournment for, yes, this has addressed them in my view. So my specific concern was in relation to the thickness of the floor void area, the thickness of the roof void area, and those presenting a fenestration appearance from the street scene that looked alien. It just looked wrong to me. And also I was a little bit concerned the overall height and massing. To me, this looks more like a building that I might have expected to see there in terms of its general proportions. That's not to say I'm saying we should all move approval, but in relation to the concern that I asked for the deferral for, yes, this has addressed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Any more debate on this application? Okay, thank you. In that case, do I have a proposal? No, we do not have a proposal. We are here to make a decision on this application this evening. It is now. Thank you, Councillor Billings.
Okay, so particularly going back to the point that Councillor Fox asked on earlier, we were told that the privacy distance was 23.65 metres against a standard council metric of 21. So in my eyes, I wasn't specifically persuaded that was a reason for refusal. And on that basis, with what I said earlier, having addressed those earlier concerns I'd got in terms of the impact on the street scene, I would be prepared to put a proposal down for approval, because whilst I do appreciate and do understand the concerns in relation to the overlooking, I don't think we could make a case for refusing on those basis. And my earlier concerns in relation to the impact on the street scene have been mitigated by the proposed design. So I would be proposing approval in line with the suggested conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. So we have a proposal for approval. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Fox. We do have a seconder. Okay, so any debate? We will go to the vote. So all in favour? Okay, thank you. 8. All against? I think there's 1. We have 1. And any abstentions? 1. Okay, so that application is now approved. Thank you. So I just want to thank everyone for attending this very long planning committee this evening. It's now closed, and I look forward to seeing you all at the next meeting and wish you all a safe journey home. Thank you.